You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99, WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes one free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Hey sports fans, The Key has a brand new show. Braves Country is coming your way weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We'll be talking the Atlanta Braves and Major League Baseball, along with everything important to sports fans in Braves Country. The SEC, ACC, Big Ten, and the National Football League, and the big sports news of the day. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE The Key, 99.1 FM, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country.
At Shell, we know from the time you get up to the time you wrap up,
good night,
there's a lot of meetups, eat-ups, and hurry-ups. So come to Shell and get 3 things done at once. Fill up with Shell V-Power Nitro Plus to help keep your engine running like new. Save up with the Fuel Rewards program and never pay full price for gas again. And snack up with in-store rewards to save even more at the pump. Make the most of the stop you need to make with Shell and engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline. See full terms and conditions at fuelrewards.com.
That's the sound of NyQuil Severe hard at work. NyQuil Severe is the best sleep with a cold medicine. No tossing and turning, just rest and recovery. So you're ready to take on tomorrow. For powerful relief of your worst cold and flu symptoms, try NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey Braves fans, thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we are here to bring you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves bringing you spring training and 2 to 3 games a week all season long. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball.
Winter is the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free spring lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com today and get a lawn to be proud of.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Thursday in the NHL, Golden Knights going for the sweep in Dallas. Vegas is -125, over under 5.5. The puck drops at 8 o'clock on ESPN. In the NBA, the Heat will try to knock out the Celtics on their home court. Miami leads the series 3-1. Boston, an 8-point favorite tonight, believe it or not. Over under 215.5. Ball tips at 8:30 on TNT. In Major League Baseball, pretty busy day for a Thursday. You do have some day games. We'll keep you up to date on those as the show rolls along. Braves Country today right here on 99.1 FM. WQEE, simulcasting on Braves Country HD. At 4:05 Eastern, you got the Padres at the Nationals. Blake Snell versus Irvin. 7:20 tonight, Phillies and Braves. Aaron Nola to the bump for the Philadelphia Phillies. He's 4-3 with a 4.31 ERA. 7:40 Eastern, Carlos Carrasco and the New York Mets are at the Cubs and Jamison Taillon. Carrasco's 0-2 with the 8.68. Taillon 0-3 with an 8.1. Something tells me you ought to grab the over. 6:40 tonight, Lucas Giolito and Fado will go head-to-head. White Sox are at the Tigers. Fado 0-2 with a 4.6. Giolito 3-3 with a 3.62. At 7:05, Kyle Gibson and the Baltimore Orioles will finish their series with the New York Yankees and Clark Schmidt. Gibson 5-3 with a 4.27. Schmidt 2-4 with a 6 ERA. 7:40 tonight, Giants and Brewers begin their series. Logan Webb on the mound for San Fran. And the A's are at the Mariners at 9:40. JP Sears versus Logan Gilbert. Sears 0-3 with a 4.99. Gilbert 2-2 with a 3.81. In women's college softball, the Super Regionals get going. Number 14, Georgia Bulldogs at number 13, Florida State. The Lady Dogs come in 42-13 on the year. Lady Knowles 53-9. That game can be seen on ESPN2 at 7 Eastern. At 9 Eastern, the doubleheader continues with Oregon 38-15 on the year at number 6 Oklahoma State. The Cowgirls 44-14 on the season. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Newnan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Armor Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pub cup. Really? This is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
Radio station. The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio. We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
Listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee. I don't know much, but I know one thing. We needed that win last night. God dog it, I'm glad we beat the Dodgers.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? I am doing fantastic. I hope you are the same as the Atlanta Braves go out and get themselves a W. And we are now looking at what possibly could be a series with the Phillies, a 4-game series with the Phillies going into Memorial Day weekend. And you know what they always say? You can't win a division. You can't make the playoffs by the end of Memorial Day, but you can have it lost, and you kind of get an idea of where you are. And when you look at that, and we'll take a full look at the quarter poll per se when we get out of the Memorial Day weekend. But looking into this weekend as we head into an important series versus the Philadelphia Phillies, I'd say Atlanta Braves are in pretty darn good shape. I think you can't argue with that. Leading the division, and going into tonight, we have a 5.5 game lead on the Mets, a 5.5 game lead on the Marlins, 7 on the Phillies, 9 on the Nats. Now, what are we looking for in this series particularly? What are we looking to do? I personally feel like that we would be looking to bare minimum split the series. If you split the series at home against Philadelphia, you'll feel meh. You'll be like, all right, then we'll send you on your merry way. You're still 7 out. Of course, depending on what the Mets and Marlins do, you don't know where you'll be at the end of the weekend, but that's the way you'll look at it, just specifically looking at the Phillies. I want to see us win the series. I want to see 3 out of 4. We've kind of putted around. We squeaked out a series win against Seattle at home. A good team, but we were at home. You're supposed to do that. We were very fortunate not to get swept at home by the Dodgers. A couple of big bats came through last night. That home run, that towering shot by Matt Olson. If you didn't see it, you didn't see the highlight, et cetera, that was an absolute moon blast. Went on top of the chop house in right field. On the roof. You know, when we're doing these calls a lot, we'll make the comments into the chop house, da-da-da-da-da-da. And I normally just use that as, well, it's in right field. It's hit pretty well. That was an absolute blast. Then The home run by Ozuna, that wasn't exactly a wall scraper itself. He hammered that into left center. What'd you say, 10, 12 rows back? And that was a huge home run. And then, of course, I think, a couple of things got lost, I believe, when you're looking at this game, per se. I think we're going to look at the home runs. We're going to look at the fly ball by Ozzie Albies. He fought during that at bat, and he got the pitch that he wanted to finally lift it into the outfield. And with Riley on third with less than 2 outs, game was over, right? First of all, if you go back to that, that rocket hit by Riley, 116 miles an hour off the bat. Wow. But I'm going to point to something that I think a lot of folks, it might have went by the wayside on. So Riley standing at second here in the 9th inning, no outs. Travis d'Arnaud is up to the plate. And there are a lot of batters in today's Major League Baseball that wouldn't have came through and did what he did. And I know he didn't get the base hit, and that's what your average fan is going to harp on. He got Riley over to third because he made damn sure that the ball he hit was on the right side of the infield, and Riley was able to go second to third on that. And once he gets over to third with 1 out, and they got Rosario coming to the plate, and if you remember Rosario planting one against the Dodgers in the NLCS in 21, and I know they do because they said, we don't want no part of that. Send him down to first and try to set up the double play, which I don't think they were really trying to set up the double play. I think they were just trying to finagle something, because with Ozzie's speed, that's going to be a tough turn. And they had the infield in at that point. So you really weren't playing for the double play. But they just didn't want to face Rosario. They sent him down to first. But just rewind back to that at bat with d'Arnaud. It was a good, tough at bat, and and that is some of the things, like, some of these statistics in today's game that your stat nerds will live and die on. All these different, basically they try to look at different statistics and different acronyms to try to confuse the average baseball fan because they think it makes them sound smarter. But if you know the game, like a true fan knows the game, those types of plays don't show up in the stat book. But Travis d'Arnaud had every bit of a hand in winning last night's game as anybody else. It won't show it. It's going to show a ground out. His OPS goes down. His batting average goes down. His slugging percentage goes down, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But it was a great, great play. And then you had the opportunity at that point with Ozzie Albies on deck. And he comes up. And look, we know Ozzie Albies can sit the bit sometimes in the big spots. He tries to hit a 5-run home run sometimes when he comes up. But that time he fought and finally lifted one into the outfield. And I loved the fact that Austin Riley slid into home even though it wasn't necessary. He was booked. And by the way, Austin Riley's hitting now. He's starting to rake. He hasn't quite gotten the home runs out yet. Those will come. I predict he's going to have a couple in this series. I think Austin Riley's going to have a coming out party in the Philadelphia series. Mark my words. Austin Riley will be the guy in this series. He's really starting to put the bat on the ball and hit it hard. That one that he hit into the left field corner at 116 miles an hour. It was a one bouncer, and then it almost stuck into the fence. It hit it so hard. You don't see many home runs hit that hard. That was an absolute bullet. it reminded me of the one that he hit against the Dodgers. I guarantee you some Dodgers fans and players and Roberts himself was probably very reminiscent in the NLCS. I think it was game 1. I know I did the game, but I want to say it was game 1. It could have been game 2. But remember, Ozzie had gotten on second via the steal, and Riley drilled one down the left field line for a walk-off. It was one of the first 2 games we won in walk-off fashion, and Riley smoked one down the line. And when he hit that ball, it reminded me so much of that play. We're 30-19, 612 winning percentage, not too shabby. Right now, we are 1 game in front of the Dodgers in the win-loss column for best record in the NL. And we'll be monitoring that all year. I'm going to be watching the Dodgers scoreboard all year long because I want home field advantage throughout the most. I want to, first of all, play the lowest seed possible, but also I want the pennant to come through Atlanta, Georgia. I don't want a scenario where they get to the NLCS and it's a 7-game series and they have to play the Dodgers on the road. You know, a lot of people forget when we won it in 21, by default, we ended up with the home field advantage because the Dodgers upset the Giants in the playoffs in the wild card round. And Atlanta hosted LA. 7-game series, first 2 in Atlanta, next 3 in LA. The last 2 that we didn't need game 7 in Atlanta. I want that same scenario for 2023. I want Atlanta. And I mean, for that matter, I'm still monitoring what's going on in the American League. More so with Tampa than I am Texas. No slide on Texas, but I just don't think Texas is going to make it to the World Series. I think Tampa could. Obviously, Houston, you keep an eye on them. I'll tell you what, that Baltimore Orioles team's pretty damn good too. Pretty damn good. So, going to continue to monitor the American League because I want the World Series to be home field advantage Atlanta, right? So, it's a lot of things to keep in mind. Now, going into tonight's game, Aaron Nola, that's the name of the game. But if you look at the series, and look, Aaron Nola's pitched well against us. Atlanta's going to need to work the count. They need to get on, but they need to work his pitch count up because in a lot of games in the past, Aaron Nola has gotten us in these early counts, early in the game, and it's allowed him to pitch deep into the ball game. We need to get him out in the 5th inning. That's all there is to it. Get his ass out and let's go. Let's get into that terrible Philadelphia bullpen. But if you look at the team rankings right now, the Atlanta Braves pitching staff, now this is top to bottom. This is starting and the bullpen, but this is top to bottom. The Atlanta Braves pitching staff is ranked number 4 in baseball. Number 4, pretty damn good. We're number 1 in the National League, my friends. The only National League team in the top 5 is the Atlanta Braves. Astros, Twins, Mariners, Tampa Bay Rays. And then you get the Pittsburgh Pirates in at 6. I'll tell you what, that makes me feel a lot better about that Seattle series. We had such a hard time scoring. They're ranked number 3. And then you're saying, well, what about the Philadelphia Phillies? 23 on the list. They have a 4.54 ERA, almost a full run more than Atlanta. And what's funny about this, and this is a little off topic because we're playing the Phillies, the Mets are 24th. They're below the Phillies. If you would have told me at the beginning of the season the Mets would have a higher ERA than the Phillies, I'd have told you you're out of your mind. Have you gone insane? Now, when you talk about a team that's not trying, a franchise is not trying, not the players. So at the bottom of the list, you get 4.7, 4 point. It's gradually going up. The 29th ranked team in baseball is Kansas City with 5.15. Okay. Not good, but they're marginally closer as you go up the list. The team they're in front of, the last place team, Oakland Athletics, who we play next week, 6.95, a full almost 2 runs in front of the last place team and the second last place team. There's also almost a 2-run difference. That just tells you Oakland isn't trying to win. As far as batting goes going into this weekend, you wonder where Philadelphia is, because we know how good their offense has been. Their offense has been pretty darn good again this year. They're batting .258. They've got a .738 OPS as a team. Atlanta's right there with them. Philadelphia is ranked 10th. Atlanta's ranked 12th. We're .254 and a .787. We actually have a higher OPS. And our OPS is actually 3rd in Major League Baseball. And I look more at the OPS. I'm one of those old seam heads. It took me a while to come around. It's probably been the last 5 to 7 years that I really started looking at the OPS over slug and batting average, because I used to look at them separately, and now I just look at OPS. And I'm more concerned with the OPS than anything else. We don't do it at the beginning of the batting when we give the batting lineups, just because traditionally you just don't do that. You always give the batting average and the home runs, etc. But you'll notice that when I'm doing a game, one of the first things that I hit up when a guy comes to the plate, at least the first time through, I try to make sure everybody's aware of their OPS, because I know I've already given the batting average. So there you have that. Tonight, Nola on the mound. Dylan Dodd's going to get the ball, and we hope Dodd can have another good outing. Real quick on Nola, he has his last time out against the Cubs pretty darn good, 7 and 2 earned runs. He got a bumpy ride against Colorado, but it was in Coors Field, so you almost got to throw that one away. So let's say we put those two aside. I usually like to go on the last 3 starts, but I'm going to put the Coors one off to the side. He went 7 and 2 earned against Chicago, 6 and 2 earned against Toronto, 6 and 1/3 and 4 earned against the Dodgers in LA. And if you want to go back one more, 8 and 1 at Houston. He's been pitching much better since the beginning of the year. So when you look at Nola and you look at his 4.31 ERA, his last 4 or 5 starts have actually been really damn good. And of course, Dylan Dodd is going to get an opportunity to come up and see how he pitches. Look, if he pitches well, he might actually get a chance to stick around this time. Last time out, pitched well, I thought. 6 and 3 earned runs. Look, he's, as of right now, he's not really striking out a lot of guys. Only 1 strikeout against Miami. That was back on May 4th. Prior to that, he got bombed against San Diego, but he had a good outing his first time out in St. Louis. But once again, first of all, beginning of the season, St. Louis was playing bad baseball. He still had 3 strikeouts. So that's concerning going into tonight's game, because Philly's going to be able to put the ball in play against Dodd. Our defense is going to have to be excellent, and our offense has got to figure out a way. This is the game that concerns me the most of the entire series, tonight's game. I still pick the Braves. It's going to be a tight one, though. And I think we're going to get to their bullpen. Give me the Braves. Give me a wild one. Give me 6-5. 6-5 win. And hopefully Dodd, when I'm looking for Dodd, somewhere close to a quality start. Can you give me 5 or 6 innings? Can you keep it 3 runs or less? If so, you're going to give us a puncher's chance when we get into that Philly bullpen. Hopefully we can get into that bullpen by the 7th. The 6th would be great, but the 7th I would love. All right. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Steven and Doug are going to join us, and we will be back in a flash here on Braves Country today, 99.1 FM, WQEE, and of course, Braves Country HD on YouTube. Get your game face on, Braves country.
Been all over the world, beat them all. And it's hard to believe, isn't it? Really hard to believe that so much man could be wrapped in such a good-looking package.
Hey, sports fans, the Key has a brand new show. Braves Country is coming your way weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We'll be talking the Atlanta Braves and Major League Baseball, along with everything important to sports fans in Braves Country. The SEC, ACC, Big Ten, and the National Football League, and the big sports news of the day. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE, The Key, 99.1 FM, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Welcome back, Braves Country, as we got Red Raider Doug and Texas T joining us today. Texas, how are you?
Man, I couldn't be better. I'm going to the Stanley Cup. Man, Panthers swept the Hurricanes, and yeah, first time since '96. They're going back to the Stanley Cup. I'll be there while their first game in Sunrise. I'm still speechless.
And hopefully you choke away the 3-0 lead, and we have a reoccurrence of the Boston Red Sox coming back on the Yankees in 04. Was it 04?
Yeah,
I feel better if it was 03. That means it'd be the 20-year anniversary. Maybe get something going there. I don't know. I got a feeling that tonight might be the night that Miami punches their ticket. Doug, how are you?
Doing good.
Reds dropped a tough one today. Man, I'll tell you what, that was a hell of a pitching matchup. Mikolas and Luke Weaver. Who saw that coming?
I was going to say, who would funk that one?
Yeah, for folks that missed that, it was scoreless. Probably into the 8th inning, wasn't it?
Yeah. Until Gorman hit a 2-run double, I think.
Was that? I think it was Donovan that made the play at the plate. That threw the ball down at the plate. Man, I'll tell you what, that was an impressive damn play, because first of all, to go for it, second of all, to get it, right? Because a lot of folks go for it, they throw the ball wide, or anyways, he threw a bullet to home plate. At the time, for folks who didn't see it or were following it at all, the runners on the corners, no out. And Donovan, infielder for the Cardinals, of course, they had the infield in. He backhanded one and gunned it to the plate and just got the runner. It was an impressive game. And just by the time I'm ready to give up on Miles Mikolas, he goes out and there throws a gem. And I don't know what the hell Luke Weaver's doing, man. I followed his career this whole time, because he was a first-round pick out of FSU. He went to the Cardinals, kind of followed his career. But he is the epitome of spotting dimes, eating onions. I don't know what the hell he's doing. I can't make heads or tails if he's a good pitcher or if he's trash. I feel like it's always somewhere in between, and he's going to be a guy that's going to be like a Shelby Miller that eventually will end up in a bullpen and be pretty, dominant for a good team. But
yeah,
he had it going today.
Yeah, he did. All I have to say in the end is stupid Cardinals. The stupid Cardinals.
I think a lot of us can agree with that at some point in our lives.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Marlins and Rockies just got underway. It looks like the Rays are going to take care of business against the Bluejays. They're up 6-1. And by the way, so I'm doing the game last night, Braves versus Dodgers. Hell of a game. And I usually have one or two games on the side, and I'm kind of keeping an eye on it. And one of the games that I was keeping an eye on was Orioles Yankees. But then honestly, the Yankees were thumping them, and it didn't look like that they had just a chance of I think it was 4-1, 5-1, something like that. And we go to end our show, our broadcast, and I just turned it off. I honestly didn't even remember it being on because they gotten into a rain delay. So they were about halfway through the game. I wake up this morning and New York radio is complaining left and right about how the Yankees blew another one. What are they talking about? Cortez was dealing. Go in there, check the stats and go, wow, man, Orioles all over them. That was a hell of a game. I can't believe that they blew that. I'll tell you what, the Yankees, I listened to quite a bit of New York radio this morning and early this afternoon. They're kind of in agreement that this team isn't as good as the one last year. And that one last year, I mean, they got swept by the Astros. I still wonder if they're jumping the gun a little bit with not having Carlos Rodon. Has anyone seen an update on him, by the way?
I don't think he's coming back anytime soon.
Jeez.
I don't think you're going to see him till probably way after the All-Star break. Probably maybe August if you're lucky.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk. He may not even pitch this year.
Yeah.
Rodon, really? Wow.
But well, now I'm saying that Aaron Boone has said he's hopeful Rodon might be able to toss a bullpen this week.
Okay. I know that they're saying that his name's escaping me. Kid from Oakland went to New York. Montas. Isn't going to pitch. I mean, they just gave Rodon, what was it, 160 million-ish, somewhere in that area? And he has thrown one damn pitch. And then meanwhile, back at the ranch, I can't wait to Joey's joining us at the top of the hour. Big Cubs fan. I can't wait to talk to him about last night with Stroman. And it was funny. So Tones Tones and I were talking about this yesterday, and I asked him, I said, is there still does Stroman still hold a grudge against the Mets? And he's like, no, I don't think so. And then I wake up this morning and I see the highlights of him gyrating and fist pumping, and you'd have thought he'd won the damn World Series beating the Mets. And then after the game, the Mets players are saying things like, what the hell's his problem? What did we do to him? Is he? He went, Marcus Stroman has been a bum for like 3 years. He goes out and throws 8 innings mowing down the Mets. Meanwhile, their prized possession, Kodai Senga, that dude can't get out of the 4th inning. It's unbelievable. Yeah. It's been a huge waste of money. And I don't know if it's getting better. Anyways, moving on from that, we want to talk some NASCAR because you got one of my favorite races this weekend. I'll let you lead it off, Doug. What's going on in the world of NASCAR?
Just got done with the All-Star race, which I personally thought was a great success. I thought North Wilkesboro looked great. I thought it was a great race. A lot of people said it was boring, but I didn't think it was boring. It was just good old-fashioned NASCAR, the way it used to be. So going on from that, you've got the longest race of the year coming up, probably one of the fastest races of the year. So I'm looking forward to that. So far, I'm just waiting for Chastain to wreck somebody there. I mean, this guy is all over the place. At the All-Star race, he wanted to wreck Joey Logano at the end of that race. So that's one of the things I'll be looking for with this race coming up.
For folks who don't follow it, this weekend is the Coca-Cola. Is it still called the Coca-Cola 600?
Yes,
sir.
Okay. Coca-Cola 600 in Charlotte, right?
Yep.
By far one of my favorite races, just because it falls on that Sunday evening on Memorial Day. And, I normally am watching a lot of baseball and whatnot. This week, this year, it's going to be pretty phenomenal because you're going to have that going on at the same time as Braves Phillies, because that's the Sunday night game. So should be a lot of great sports on this weekend. You might even get an NBA game if we're lucky enough that this series goes any further. I cannot believe that they're not starting. If the series ends tonight, they still are not going to start the NBA Finals till next Thursday. And then I heard someone talking about the schedule. I don't have the whole thing laid out in front of me, but they're going to play Thursday, Sunday, and then Wednesday.
I remember they started doing that the past couple of years. Like they're really spreading it out.
I mean, are they trying to do you not want us to watch?
Thursday, Sunday, Wednesday, Friday, Monday, Thursday, Sunday.
Yeah, they're just that's just a ratings deal.
Yeah, but Thursday's always been a prime event, so I get the Thursday, right? And okay, if you're going to push it to Sunday, why wouldn't you go Tuesday, Thursday, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
That was insane. Thursday, Sunday, Wednesday, and then you said it's Friday, Monday.
And then, Friday, Monday, and then game 6 would be a Thursday, game 7 a Sunday.
Jeez.
3 days in between each game. That's preposterous.
Man, see, this is why if I don't have a dog in the hunt, it's really hard for me to follow this stuff now. Because you lose interest, and you're like, just by the time that it starts to build momentum, you just kind of look over and you go, oh, dude, what? I'm waiting. We're gonna one calendar week we're gonna get 3 games in basketball. What the hell? All right, back to the NASCAR. Who do we like this week in the 600?
Oh, give me Chase Elliott. The Hendricks cars have been dominating all year. I mean, like we saw it again. Like Larson won last week, and then Byron the week before him. Chase Elliott he's due for a win. Yeah, like he's always done well at this track. I can go back at least the last 6-7 races. He's been one of the top 5 cars on the track. Give me Elliott to win it.
So, what's your win, place, and show?
I'm going to go Chase Elliott, Martin Truex, and Kyle Larson.
All right, Doug, who do you have?
I got Byron, Larson, and Truex.
Byron, Larson,
because I'm just waiting for Chastain to go messing around with Kyle Larson again. I mean, that's why Byron run at Darlington in the first place. I'm just waiting for that to show its ugly head again.
All right, give me Keselowski, Logano, and then I guess I ought to take a Chevy. It's too on the nose to take Chastain, isn't it?
Just take him.
Lord Byron. Give me Lord Byron.
Okay.
I'm still not, and I knew they were doing well, but I'm still not ready to grab a Toyota. It doesn't feel like NASCAR to me.
Especially on this track, I wouldn't take a Toyota.
I mean, Hamlin did win it last year.
That's true.
You can tell Doug is old school NASCAR because he calls it a Toyota. One of them Toyotas.
Well, somebody's got Somebody's got to keep up the old standard.
I remember that first started years and years ago, man. They were flipping out the NASCAR fans. As I was living in Middle Tennessee, they were flipping out about it. And I'm like, does it really matter? I was like, isn't it just an emblem at this point? Like, aren't they just essentially, they're building their own damn, engines? Isn't this essentially just an emblem at this point?
Look, I was at Talladega, and the good old boy next to me had a sign talking about all foreigners go home that first year. So.
Yeah, no, I mean, I guess it ain't even an emblem at this point. It's just a sticker.
Yeah,
I take it that we haven't gotten a Tesla yet, right?
That's what I'm aware of.
I'd like to get an electric Tesla. They built. Elon Musk goes out there and builds like a super battery where it doesn't need no pits necessary.
Or you just have pits that are 20 minutes long while they all recharge their cars.
What, 7 half times during the game, the race?
I'd still like to see it, mainly just for the entertainment value of watching the fans lose their mind on Twitter. The broadcast like loses its power because they've sucked all the power out of the stadium. We're back to racing, but there's no way to show you what's going on because the lights are out and the cameras won't work.
Yeah, God forbid never making a night race.
We're going to a gas powered generator to try to bring you the rest of this broadcast. All right, let's take a quick break. When we'll come back, we're going to hit up some Major League Baseball. We will be back in a flash here on Braves Country Today, 99.1 FM.
Now there's a steal by Bird. Underneath the DJ, lays it in. Right at 1 second left. What a play by Bird.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Out of the shotgun, 3rd down and about 10. Ward getting some pressure, getting more, gets it away. He's got Fryer wide open. Touchdown, Florida State. That's what Ward will do to you.
Georgia Tech 45, Nebraska 21. It's now up to the voters. They look like the number one, don't they?
All right, 6 seconds to go. Maurer throws it up for grabs. There's 5 defenders back there. Game runs out. And Clemson wins the national championship of college football.
This is for the national championship for Nebraska.
Incomplete. And for Miami, an absolutely miracle year. The dream season as they come back from a bad loss opening day to go to 11 straight wins and in all probability when the votes are in, a first ever national championship for the Hurricane.
Take the scenic route in the new Hyundai Santa Fe, the family SUV with available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you travel way off the beaten path. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
Welcome back to Braves Country. Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 to 5 p.m., drive time on WQEE.
McLovin? You don't even... What kind of a stupid name is that, Fogel? What, are you trying to be an Irish R&B singer?
Oh, they let you pick any name you want when you get down there.
And you landed on McLovin.
Yeah, I was between that and Muhammad.
Why would it be between that and Muhammad? Why don't you pick a common name like a normal person?
Muhammad is the most commonly used name on earth. Read a book for once.
Fogel, have you ever actually met anyone named Muhammad?
Have you actually ever met anyone named McLovin?
You look like a future pedophile in this picture, number one. Number two, it doesn't even have a first name. It just says McLovin. What? One name? One name? Who are you, Seal?
I am McLovin.
Welcome back. Taking a look at the standings in the National League East, National League Central. And expand it a little bit so that we can see where Doug's Reds are. There we go. All the way down there at the bitty bottom. You know, St. Louis is starting to turn on a little bit. It's still unbelievable that they're 6 games under 500 at this point in the season.
Hopefully that's where they'll stay.
Well, now if they keep going,
and I know the Reds will be right there joining them too.
Well, you got to be fairly happy with what the Reds have done this year.
Oh yeah, look, this season, like I said, I don't have any anticipation of the Reds going anywhere. Like I said, this has been fun watching all these guys come up and play this year. Watching McLean, who's actually been
of all the kids that can come up this year, who has been your favorite to watch?
Well, I mean, really, McLean's been my favorite so far. I mean, overall, he's played pretty well so far in the 2 weeks he's been up now. I mean, he's hitting 280 with a .98 on base percentage. He's been solid. So he's actually, I mean, he's lifted our run percentages up pretty well in the last 2 weeks. We've actually been scoring better since he's been in our lineup. So,
Steven, all the young kids that have come up for Miami, who has been your favorite to watch?
I mean, like, how can I say anyone else but Yuri Perez? He's the future of this organization. He's going to be like one of the best pitchers in baseball in a few years. I mean, like, that kid is just, he's exciting to watch. There's no other way to say it.
We got spoiled with so many young kids coming up last year. Like it's more of they're trickling in now. I mean, unbelievable now because of the injuries. Ours has been nothing but the starting pitching essentially.
Yeah.
Vaughn Grissom kept kicking the ball around the infield, so they said to hell on that. And you know, the way I see Grissom at this point, I've got a feeling there's a chance that he's involved in a trade either this year or next year because he's not coming up and playing second base anytime soon. He is so far away from being an everyday shortstop in major leagues. And Arcia continues to play so well. I just don't know how you can unseat him if you're Grissom. And I know folks keep thinking they can put him in left field, et cetera, but you might be able to fill one of your other holes because I know a lot of fans don't want to think about this and they don't want to even, entertain the thought, but Max Fried's probably not going to be on this team next year. Max Fried is going to be a free agent at the end of next season, and I think during the offseason, they probably move him. I think there's a very good possibility they move him. And if you move him and you bring in young pitching or whatnot, you might also be moving a guy like Grissom to really rebuild the farm system at positions that you actually need, which essentially right now is it's just pretty much pitching across the board for the Braves because everyday players, they're pretty well set everywhere else. And you've got a kid in Arcia who's batting over 300 right now. His defense is just phenomenal. Like
I was going to jump in there and say I watched him the last 2 games and that was phenomenal to watch.
Did you see the flip that him and Ozzie had?
Yeah.
On the double play, and it looks so. I don't want to oversell it because the 2 guys I'm about to mention are all timers, but it was reminiscent of the stuff you used to see Alomar and Vizquel do, right?
Yeah.
They're obviously they're not Alomar and Vizquel, but it looked like that. Steven, if you get a chance to watch it, I mean, it was a backhanded snag flipped by the glove, barehanded by Ozzie. He gunned it down to first, and it was just one of those bang, bang double plays.
Yeah. I'll check it out.
And as you're calling the game, it wouldn't be very descriptive, but the first thing that I want to say, holy crap!
I mean, it gets the point across.
I mean, I was like, what am I watching here? And that's the clean version. Tonight, by the way, is this is an interesting thing. So tonight they've got Outcast. It's Outcast night at Truist Park, and I heard this morning, and it stopped me in my tracks when I heard this. So outside the stadium, I think it's 2 hours, maybe an hour. I think it's 6 p.m. Free concert right outside the stadium. There's going to be a cover band doing Outcast, right? The lead singer in this cover band is none other than Malcolm Jamal Warner from The Cosby Show.
Yeah.
So I'm working this morning, and I've got the earbud in my ear, and I'm moving around, and I'm doing all kinds of stuff, and it stopped me in my tracks. I'm like, wait a minute, is there more than one Malcolm Jamal Warner that I'm not aware? Like, and the guy giving you the news goes, yes, that Malcolm Jamal Warner. So he's just gonna be out there chilling, singing Outcast. And I guess he's got some kind of a cover band. I don't know if that's all they do, but that's what they're doing tonight.
Well, I have no words for that. Like,
so Theo is going to be singing Outcast right outside Braves Ballpark. I'm like, damn, I wish I was there. Now I want to go because I don't really care that much about Outcast. Like, it's okay. But to see Theo out there jamming, not to mention, I saw so obviously with this, they're doing a lot of different giveaways this weekend, with it being the Memorial Day weekend. Mm-hmm. So one of the cool ones they've got is that they've got an Outcast. I don't even know these guys' names. Big Boy,
Andre 3000,
and Andre 3000. They got bobbleheads to give away from that. They're sitting in a car, and you got Big Boy on the back of, I think that's the new City Connect jersey, and then Andre 3000 is wearing just the normal. I think that might be the road jersey that I'm looking at, but it says Andre 3K on the back.
I think they may have finally figured out a way to bring me to the Braves Stadium.
Oh, I'm telling you,
I would love that bobblehead.
If you go to a Braves stadium, a Braves game in Truist Park, you'll never think of baseball the same way ever again. It is such a much better. I don't know what stadiums you've been to. I guarantee you they do it better because there's always live music out there. You feel like you're walking up. It's almost got like a college football atmosphere. They're out there banging the drums and everything like that. It's a really cool experience. Don't get me wrong. I'm looking forward to going to Fenway this summer, but there's no way they do it the way the Braves do it. You go to Fenway because of the history, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there's no way they've got. I mean, they have drum lines out there. They have these kids out there playing with just with buckets, sticks and buckets, and they're jamming out as you're standing in line, which is an added benefit when you're out there in the heat in the middle of the summer.
True.
So yeah, they got that going on tonight. But then what was the other thing? There was two other things. So there's fireworks on Friday night. I don't think are they giving anything away? Doesn't look like it. Saturday night, I can't make out what that is, but they're giving away something. I can't make it. Sunday. So there's a Sunday game, a Sunday evening game. Blooper beach towel giveaway. My wife is so mad that we're not going to that now because I sent it to her this afternoon. I was like, Oh, what the hell? We're missing blooper beach towel giveaway because she loves bloopers. Anything bloopers. She normally buys like the little blooper dolls to give to the dogs and all that kind of stuff. And I will say this: if you if you don't follow Blooper on Twitter, you're doing it wrong. You're doing Twitter wrong. Blooper is hilarious on Twitter. He like slowly but surely trolls everybody. Like, I don't even want to comment on his page because he'll come and drag you, even though he doesn't know who you are. He'll just drag you.
Sounds like Wendy's.
Very Wendy's like, yeah.
I'm here for it.
Yeah, it's entertaining, especially when they play the Mets. Or Phillies tonight. 4-game series begins. Tonight's going to be a rough one. Aaron Nola always pitches well against Atlanta. If you're looking for a bet, I mean, it's a pretty good bet. If nothing else, I would take Philly in the first 5 because Philly's bullpen's a little shaky. I get that, but Nola usually goes out and gives 6-7 innings against the Braves. And Dylan Dodd, he pitched much better his last time out. I'm not trying to trash him, but he doesn't strike out a whole lot of folks. When you don't have a big strikeout rate and you're about to face the Philadelphia Phillies, that could get ugly. Because you can't just hope that Bryce Harper's going to dribble into double plays. So that's going to – I got a feeling Dylan Dodd's only going to be asked to go through the lineup twice. Now, Philly has struggled against lefties, but it's usually lefties with big arms. So Schuster, by the way, has pitched really well. I'm looking forward to him going again tomorrow night. Hopefully he can duplicate what he did against Seattle. He's looked really good. What is the biggest as we head into the Memorial Day weekend? So we're pretty much at the quarter pole, right? Actually, a little past it. But I always look at it as it being I always look at this as the quarter pole, and All-Star break is halfway mark, even though it's not accurate. It's a little past on both, but it's what it feels like. What's your biggest takeaway? Doug, I'll start with you. National League, what's the biggest surprise to you in the National League as we hit the quarter pole?
Overall, in the National League, the biggest takeaway from me right now is the fact that even though they're in second place, just how well overall baseball, how well the Arizona Diamondbacks have played so far at this point.
Steven, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, can't go wrong there. But I'm going to stick in that NL West. But to me, it's how really kind of bad the Padres have looked. They're 22-27 on the year, 3 of their last 7. It just things don't seem to be clicking yet. I know there's still like Machado just got hurt, and there's still some things to work through. But for a team with that kind of lineup and those kind of expectations, they are falling massively short.
I think what I'm going to go with is I am pleasantly surprised that we don't really have like an Oakland A's in the National League this year, right? We don't have just a bottom feeder that is just a doormat. Cincinnati is competitive. Washington's actually been playing really competitive baseball. Yeah. Even in the games they lose, they tend to score runs. And then, Colorado to me is the doormat of the National League at this point, but they're not that bad. And because they play in Coors Field, they always give themselves a puncher's chance. What about the American League? Biggest surprise, Steven?
I'm going to go just the fact, I don't know why, like I'm sticking in the West, but I did not see 31-18 out of the gate for the Rangers. Man, they are just dominating. They have the best run differential in baseball.
Without DeGrom, too.
Yeah. Right? I mean, how much longer can they keep that up, though?
I mean, when you sign DeGrom, I think you have to assume that he's not going to be there.
Well,
as bad as that sounds. Not the front office, but the management team had to go to. We just signed a guy. He's not going to be here. Okay, so what do we have? We're going to have to go 12, 13 deep in this rotation this year. Doug, what about you? Your biggest surprise?
Surprise is that the Rays have played as good a baseball as they have, especially with all the pitching injuries that they've had. The fact that they're almost number one in every category that you measure a team in the American League, and they've stayed consistently good.
I'm gonna stick with the American League East, man. The Baltimore Orioles have impressed the hell out of me.
Yeah.
I took them in that season long bet, but we were only talking about 77.5 wins, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I did not see 32-17 out the gate from them. That's damn good baseball. And you look at one of the better teams, I think one of the more talented teams in baseball, the Toronto Bluejays, they're in last place, 9.5 out, but they're still 2 games over 500. It's not like they stink or playing bad baseball. They're just, they're in an absolute meat grinder of a division.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like the Red Sox have really surprised me. I mean, going into the season, they were thought to be almost bottom feeders. And I mean, that lineup is kind of Frankenstein together, but they're hitting.
And Chris Sale is starting to pitch.
Yeah.
He's looked good the past 2 or 3 outings. Doug, what is your walk-off? And if you got a lock, give me one of those.
My walk-off is, we just mentioned we don't have an Oakland A's in the National League. Well, the American League's not going to have an Oakland A's either. The state of Nevada is right now, they're voting on approving the money so that the A's will be moving out of that Coliseum and moving to Vegas. They just put it up there right now. They're talking about it out there in the Nevada State House. They're going to match the money that the A's need to move to Las Vegas.
I feel like we got 3 Oakland A's in the American League. We got the A's, we got the Royals, and I'll tell you right now, the White Sox aren't much better. I'm really surprised how poorly Cleveland has played out of the gates too. And you know what? By the way, how about Detroit, man? Damn, 2.5 out. That's not too shabby. Steven, what is your walk off? And if you got a lock, give me a lock.
So walk off DFS if you're playing. My 2 favorite teams to stack tonight are the Mariners and the Cubs. And my lock, I got the Yankees winning over the Orioles at -132. They're at home. Orioles' best reliever, Felix Bautista, has pitched the last 2 days, so he will not be on the field tonight, most likely. I think the Yankees have the upper hand here.
Is Cano available?
Let's see. Cano, he pitched 30. He pitched 30 pitches yesterday. I doubt it.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. Wow.
No, 30 on Tuesday. My bad. So he should be okay.
Yeah. Depends, I guess. He may not be a bad one to put into some kind of DFS stream because they normally lean on him when Bautista is done.
Yeah.
What's your walk off?
Oh, if you're playing DFS, stack the Mariners and the Cubs.
Oh, okay. My bad. All right, y'all. Well, great job. We will see you next week. Enjoy the festivities this weekend, Memorial Day weekend. Stay safe, and we'll be back in a flash. Joey's jumping on. We're going to talk about Marcus Stroman giving the business to the Mets. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country HD. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Thursday in the NHL, Golden Knights going for the sweep in Dallas. Vegas is -125, over under 5.5. The puck drops at 8 o'clock on ESPN. In the NBA, the Heat will try to knock out the Celtics on their home court. Miami leads the series 3-1. Boston, an 8-point favorite tonight, believe it or not. Over under 215.5. Ball tips at 8:30 on TNT. In Major League Baseball, pretty busy day for a Thursday. You do have some day games. We'll keep you up to date on those as the show rolls along. Braves Country today right here on 99.1 FM. WQEE, and simulcasting on Braves Country HD. At 4:05 Eastern, you got the Padres at the Nationals, Blake Snell versus Irvin. 7:20 tonight, Phillies and Braves. Aaron Nola to the bump for the Philadelphia Phillies. He's 4-3 with a 4.31 ERA. 7:40 Eastern, Carlos Carrasco and the New York Mets are at the Cubs and Jamison Taillon. Carrasco's 0-2 with the 8.68. Taillon 0-3 with an 8.1. Something tells me you ought to grab the over. 6:40 tonight, Lucas Giolito and Fado will go head-to-head. White Sox are at the Tigers. Fado 0-2 with a 4.6. Giolito 3-3 with a 3.62. And at 7:05, Kyle Gibson and the Baltimore Orioles will finish their series with the New York Yankees and Clark Schmidt. Gibson 5-3 with a 4.27. Schmidt 2-4 with a 6 ERA. 7:40 tonight, Giants and Brewers begin their series. Logan Webb on the mound for San Fran. And the A's are at the Mariners at 9:40. JP Sears versus Logan Gilbert. Sears 0-3 with a 4.99. Gilbert 2-2 with a 3.81. In women's college softball, the Super Regionals get going. Number 14, Georgia Bulldogs at number 13, Florida State. The Lady Dogs come in 42-13 on the year. Lady Knowles 53-9. That game can be seen on ESPN2 at 7 Eastern. At 9 Eastern, the doubleheader continues with Oregon 38-15 on the year at number 6, Oklahoma State. The Cowgirls 44-14 on the season. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
I'm just there till my divorce is final.
Now, who is coconuts enough to divorce you?
We gotta go. But we'll see you around.
Well, we'll have to have you over sometime.
I'd love it.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. She's awesome.
No, we are never having her over. Heard she already slept with 2 dads from the school.
What?
Mm-hmm.
That's horrible.
Whenever I bring home Entenmann's Little Bites muffins.
Little Bites?
That's right, sweetie. Can you just give Mommy a minute?
I love Little Bites.
I know you do, but we're doing a commercial right now, okay?
Got it.
As I was saying, whenever I bring home you-know-what, you-know-who gets pretty excited. And so do I. Little Bites muffins are made with real ingredients, no high-fructose corn syrup, and are baked moist and delicious.
I love Little Bites.
Here you go.
Yes.
Entenmann's Little Bites muffins. The perfect portion of happiness.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Do you want to lose 18 pounds fast and improve your health? Now you can lose up to 18 pounds in your first 2 months with Nutrisystem. Get delicious breakfasts, lunches, dinners, even snacks and shakes delivered safely to your door. All delivered for free. It's easy to follow, and you'll see results in your first week. You'll get your favorite foods made healthier and perfectly balanced to put your body in fat-burning mode. Millions of people have lost weight with Nutrisystem, and you can too. Lose up to 18 pounds in your first 2 months.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out.
Take the scenic route in the new Hyundai Santa Fe, the family SUV with available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you travel way off the beaten path. Find new adventures together in Hyundai Santa Fe.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Hey, what's happening, Norm?
It's a dog-eat-dog world, Sammy, and I'm wearing milk-bone underwear.
What's shaking, Mr. Peterson?
What is it?
Hey. What are you up to, Norm?
My ideal weight if I were 11 feet tall.
What's shaking, Norm?
All 4 cheeks and a couple of chins, Coach.
Big Boy and 3K bringing you Braves Country today. I'm going to go with Joey. I'm going to say that you're Andre 3K and I'm probably Big Boy.
Love it.
I don't know a whole lot about. I know some of their songs. Like I looked it up this morning because I was just curious. Like, do I know Outcast music? Do I know their? Because I typically don't listen to pop music, but once I started playing, I was like, okay, I've heard some of these songs. I don't think I realized that was that. I don't know why, but I thought they were like really hardcore rap, but they're not. They're like pop music. So, anyways, that is the giveaway tonight at the stadium. You got the that's the bobblehead I was referring to. They're going to be giving that away right there. So there you have that. That might actually be a better look to just do that like there. There we go.
That's nice.
Yeah. And I don't have to keep switching pictures, but anyways, the side of the bobblehead has, Outcast on it, and I'm sure there's a reason why they're in that car. I don't know their music well enough to know if that's a car that they were in a video with about, or something like that. But anyways, that's the giveaway.
My favorite song by them, I always remember, is Miss Jackson is the one I know. But yeah, I don't know. When I hear
they did that song as well.
That's my most known song by them is Miss Jackson.
So I know a lot more of their music than I think I realized.
Yep. It's one of those songs when you hear it, you're like, oh, that's Outcast. Okay, I've heard that before.
Yeah, like I said, if someone would have asked me before I looked it up this morning and they asked me what is Outcast, I would have thought that they were like some kind of hardcore rap. Because I kind of quit listening to rap music mid to late 90s. Once they started mixing it all in with the singers and whatnot, I was like, I'm out. This is boring. So I'm not as familiar with the rap music. So I thought that's it, but I've never really listened to pop music. It's pretty much been country and rock and roll. But I know these songs. I know, what is the one where they Hey Ya?
That's a good one.
I didn't realize that was Outcast, but I saw it come up. I just did a search on my YouTube music, and that was the first one that came on. I go, oh, well, I know Hey Ya. You know that one, right?
Oh yeah, I know Hey Ya. I know that Roses is the other one that's pretty famous to me too, and Rosa Parks a little bit. I mean, they go all over the place, like you said. Late 90s, early 2000s is feel like when at their peak.
I probably need to listen to more of their music, because the more and more that I probably listened to a handful of songs this morning, and I was like, their tunes are actually pretty catchy. During that time period, I wasn't listening to pop music, and I haven't listened. I mean, I listened to pop music in the 80s and the early 90s, but if you ask me who a pop music star is, I'm going to give you Bobby Brown. Like, it's been that long, man. I don't know. Man.
Speaking of someone long in the tooth, and we call him the Professor. I'm really absolutely jacked up today. I know Braves fans will like hearing this. Kyle Hendricks, the Professor, is making his first start for the Cubs tonight, coming off rehab. So Jamison Tyon is actually now.
Hey, he's been out for a while, hasn't he?
Oh my! Since July of last year, Mr. Kyle Hendricks has been out. So we're almost coming.
What was his ailment?
Well, he kind of had a couple, but the latest one was, I believe, his arm. I believe it was his. Let me see.
His arm just fell off.
Well, yeah. His arm kind of just got smoking in the woods.
I've
but
absolutely forgotten about Kyle Hendricks. Like, I can't believe he's coming back tonight. That's crazy.
It was he had a right shoulder strain, exactly. So not the right shoulder strain was why he was out, and I don't think they could.
A right shoulder strain had you out for almost a year. What?
I think the problem was they couldn't figure out if he needed surgery or not, and finally he elected to get the surgery, which is always a pain when a pitcher wants to avoid that. So I think that's what he was going for, to avoid it, but he could not. And now he's announced Wednesday. So Tyon will be pushed back to Saturday, which is great news because he kind of struggles. And we're going for the sweep of the Mets right now. I can't wait.
What are you expecting out of Hendricks tonight? Like, what are you hoping for? 4 or 5 innings?
Yeah, I mean, if I could see about 4 good innings, maybe between that 65 to 85 pitch mark, and get him out clean, that'd be okay with me.
Isn't Carrasco going for the Mets?
Yeah, and oh my gosh, I love that. I think we all do.
He has been absolute trash.
0-2 with an 868. Ooh.
Yeah, because it was supposed to be him and Tyon, and I was all about. I hadn't laid my bets today, but I was going to take the over because I was like, dude.
I would maybe still take it.
But when 2 pitchers are going into the game with 8 ERAs over 8, it's gonna look like a basketball score. It might be lower scoring in the first quarter of the Celtics versus Heat. What about this last night with your boy Stroman gyrating and giving the Mets the business? What is that? You there?
Oh yeah, I was just looking at.
What are you downloading porn? Pay attention to what I'm saying. And he's frozen up. See, he's trying to download. You're bugging out.
I'm like a bug in the weeds right now.
You need to pay your cable bill and your porn bill because your video is dragging.
I swear I pay.
All right, let's try this again. What is the deal going on with Stroman? I mean, is he still been out of shape because the Mets didn't re-sign him?
Man, I don't know, but I haven't seen him that fired up. I mean, he's always a fiery guy. I shouldn't say it like that. But, I mean, he was absolutely loving it. He turned a double play by himself pretty much last night because he used to be a shortstop, which I know some people might know. But his ERA is now dropped under 3. He wants a new contract, and I just think he loves pitching at Wrigley Field. And against those Mets, who they probably offered him a cheapie contract before he walked out of the door. I don't know.
It was like a half from what I heard. Because what did he sign with the Cubs? Like 4 years, 5 years, around 75, 80, somewhere in that neighborhood?
Yeah, I think it was actually, it might have even been 3 years, but it was around that money, yes.
Yeah, so from my understanding, the Mets gave him, it was either a 1 year or 2 year, and it was below what he was expecting as AAV, and he took it as a insult, as he was looking at it as he'd done so much for them, et cetera, et cetera. The funny thing is now so at the time, Mets fans were like, "Nah, get rid of him. He's been overrated. He's kind of been a problem in the clubhouse. He'd been known to go out there and tweet just weird stuff, almost some passive aggressive stuff towards the Mets management. So I don't really know why he got bent out of shape, right? I mean, this is what happens when you antagonize. But if you look at it now, it'd been a lot better off giving him that money than giving Max Scherzer $43 a year.
Oh yeah, I mean, I just confirmed 3 for $70. So I mean, yeah, the dollars are a little bit there, but it's a short 3-year contract, and what you gave Verlander and Scherzer.
Okay, so that's what it was. I knew I didn't like the contract, but maybe it was just the AAV. I mean, 3 years it's not terrible.
Nope.
What is he? Probably late 20s at this point. So he'll probably have an opportunity.
32 years old. He is a little bit.
He's 32.
Older. Yeah, but he probably could still get a 3 to 4 year deal.
So he's got one more season with the Cubs?
Actually, it's already been that long. I think after this year, he's a free agent already.
Oh, he's a free agent after this year.
Yep, right after this season.
Wow.
So that's why he's been in contract talks with the Cubs to try to get a new deal, because we know for darn sure if he hits the market, I mean, the Cubs have been signing players, and obviously we're a profitable franchise, but I think he's looking for that one last big swing at a contract, so I'm hoping they can figure out some middle ground here.
By the way, Rays did hold on and beat Toronto 6-3. St. Louis beat Cincinnati 2-1. There's only 2 games in the books. The Marlins lead the Rockies 2-0. That game is still in the 4th. And Washington and San Diego just got going. They're in the 1st, scoreless. Nam San's on the mound for San Diego. My favorite pitcher.
Man, between David Weather's son pitching last night and then tonight, they have some rocking names back there.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like I took some action on this morning because sometimes I usually wait until after our show before I do anything. But if I see there's a lot of day games, then sometimes I'll grab something real quick. And I know I was on the fence about this game, but I don't know if I did. I know I hit the parlay earlier today. I had that the St. Louis and Tampa Bay money line parlay. I guess I stayed away from San Diego, Washington. For some reason, I thought I took it, but it looks like I stayed away. So,
I'll tell you what, it's not an easy betting world out there right now because I keep thinking the Padres are going to turn it around and they're playing the Nationals and we'll probably screw something up.
Woo! Baltimore saved my bacon last night. I'd given up on that. I did not know until this morning when I woke up they came back and won. I had Baltimore's run total. I had the game total. And I had Baltimore. Was it money line or was it a run line? Regardless. When I headed to bed, because they had a rain delay, it was like 5-1 somewhere in that area. And I was like, this isn't happening. Not tonight. It's over. And they come roaring back and won the game 9-6.
What a job by the Orioles.
Yeah. Yeah, we were just talking about them last segment. 32 and 17.
Yankees fans got to be pissed sitting behind them. I know they still got a good record, but in third place at 30-21 are the New York Yankees. It's like, oh my goodness, that division, put them all in the playoffs. Forget the AL Central. Take the Twins and leave the rest.
They're barely in the – I mean, the Yankees aren't that far from the bottom. They just climbed out of the cellar.
Yeah, the Toronto Bluejays sadly been struggling though, and I like that team, but I don't know, they just can't seem to figure it out. I don't know if it's the starting pitching or what, but they can't figure it out, the Blue Jays.
Well, they if they're not playing Atlanta for whatever reason, they can't go out there. I am not a fan of Toronto Blue Jays. After this time and the last time they came through in 2021 where they swept us in Atlanta, I am good with the Blue Jays. I will not be, and not to mention, screwed the Blue Jays in 1992. Some folks never forget.
People don't forget.
And I'd say it's a pretty healthy assumption to assume that the Philadelphia Phillies aren't too keen on the Blue Jays. Walk them off, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
The Red Sox sure like him because they swept them in 4 games recently. What a division.
It is. That still remains the only World Series I didn't really watch in my lifetime was the Toronto.
What year was that?
93, Toronto versus Philly. Because I hated them both. I was really upset with the Braves because they came roaring back and won the division after a huge deficit. And it was very reminiscent to what happened last year when we got knocked out by the Phillies. Now, back then, we weren't in the same division, so it wasn't that rivalry. But we came roaring back to beat the Giants. which was the last true pennant race, because back then you didn't have wild cards, so you either won the division or you didn't.
Whew.
And the Giants that year, they either won like 105 or 106 games and missed the playoffs because we chased them down throughout the summer and won by a game. And we lost to them, and we had just lost to the Bluejays the year before in the World Series. So you had two teams that were on my poop list. I was like, I don't know if I'm watching this World Series. So I remember having it on because at the time I was a young bachelor and we were always having parties at the house and stuff. But I remember it being on, but I don't ever remember sitting down and watching it. And I remember when Joe Carter had to hit the walk-off, one of my roommates had to come over and get my attention. They go pointing at it and go, you want to see this? I'm like, what am I looking at? Because I knew it was a home run. I didn't even realize it. I didn't realize the series was on the line, and I didn't realize it was in the bottom of the ninth. Because dude, Joe Carter just won the World Series. I said, wait a minute, that won the World Series? He's like, yeah. So then we rewound it just to watch the at bat, but I can't tell you anything happened in that World Series. I was just between that one and the other one that I'll say that I was pretty uninterested in was Cleveland versus Florida, 97. Because I was still holding a grudge from the home plate umpire in the Marlins series. And I do remember watching that Game 7 because I wanted to see Cleveland finally win a World Series. But I was still holding a grudge, not necessarily on the Marlins, but it was the umpire. Because he had this ridiculous strike zone for Livan Hernandez. And then when Maddox would come on the mound, it would be like the size of an iPad. And I'm like, dude, one guy's going to the Hall of Fame, one's not. Can we at least give them both the benefit of the doubt? If they're both going to have wide strike zone, can they both have them?
I'll tell you what, for me real quick, my World Series where I just skipped right over was 2003 Marlins Yankees, because that was the Bartman year and we should have been in the World Series, and the Marlins got there with Jack McKeon's crusty bones in 2003, and that really dragged me the wrong way. I didn't watch a game of that one.
Jack McKeon.
Oh my! He came back for a second stick like a decade later, and he was like 90. I want to say he did the interim manager role like 4 or 5 years ago. I feel like for the Marlins, that guy was old as dirt in 2003.
Well, wait a minute. Wasn't the manager for the Marlins? It wasn't the guy from Pittsburgh.
I'm looking right now, but I'm pretty sure it was the.
Was it Jack McKeon at that point? I'm thinking of Jim Leland.
It was McKeon in 03.
So when the hell did Jim Leland? Jim Leland was needling around there at some point.
Let's see here.
Or if I just totally misremembered this.
No.
The biggest thing I remember about Jim Leland was the last manager to smoke in the dugout.
In 97, managed the Marlins. He got
okay, so he was on the 97. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I knew he coached the Marlins to a championship. I don't think I realized that he had already been to. So he was just there 97 to 98. Oh, wow. Oh, and then he came back to Detroit in 06. And I think that was the year that they lost to the Cardinals in the World Series. 06, I think.
That is correct. I do. Yeah. Okay. Because they had a 95-67 record that year, the Tigers. That was their best year in a while.
Yeah, I'm looking at his page now, and it says he won Manager of the Year in 90, 92, which that was both with the Pirates, and then in 2006. I don't think I realized that he stayed with Detroit until 13, man. That's, wow. He randomly managed the Rockies for one season?
I saw that, and I was like, what happened there?
What is that about? But he used to smoke in the dugout when he was in Pittsburgh. I wouldn't. Garrett, I see the comment. I wouldn't get bent out of shape about 1 mile an hour fastball. I mean, that's usually just release. That's getting too far into the weeds of the stats.
He had 11 Ks. He's doing something right for my
exactly. I mean, he's mowing people down. His biggest problem is his location, because his location's been off. He keeps running his damn pitch count up, which he went through this last year too, so it's nothing new. But he runs his pitch count up to where you start worrying if he's going to be able to get through 4 or 5 innings. Man, Kim, the infielder for the Padres, he just went down like a sniper took him out.
Ooh.
I think it's his knee. I gotta see the replay. He will not get up. Trainer's out there talking to him. I don't know if the ball went off his knee or what the hell happened.
Another one bites the dust.
Rub some dirt on it. You'll be all right.
Get back in there.
Let's take a quick break. Maybe get some info on Ha-Seong Kim to see if he's he's still on the ground. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Smoke them if you got them. It's just past 4:20.
If you don't like your job, you don't strike. You just go in every day and do it really half-assed. That's the American way.
Hey, sports fans. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Change approved.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com.
Hockey season, and that means new merch over at ourdragonsmerch.com. Get the latest designs and some of our fun new souvenirs ahead of what's sure to be a great hockey season. Celebrate another season of River Dragons hockey by getting a new look to wear on game days, or surprise the big-time sports fan in your life with a new keepsake that will make them a River Dragons fan for life. Order online right now at ourdragonsmerch.com. That's the letter R, dragonsmerch.com. We'll see you at the rink.
Welcome back to Braves Country. Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 to 5 p.m., drive time on WQEE.
The wives are all disgusted, and they're meeting in the yard on their way to where the numbers
Welcome back.
are on credit cards.
Well, I wish I could tell you more. But the San Diego Padre production team, you throw that one in the trash, too. The entire time that Kim was laying on the field and writhing in pain, they never showed the replay of what happened. Not one damn time. I'm thinking a ball went off his knee because he was at bat, because whoever it was that just took over actually just got a base hit. But he inherited a 1-1 count. So I'm thinking it was a ball that went off his knee. But I'm going to have to try to rewind this because...
That's the great thing about television. Got that rewind button.
Production team doesn't want to. Do they not know how to rewind? was home slice out for a smoke break or something? It's 4:20, dude. I got to bounce.
He went way past 4:20.
Yeah. He's like, I'm out. I think I'm on the. Yeah, it's the Padres. So I'm going to try to go back to where Kim first started to start his base set. You know what the MLB app needs is they need one of those, the backward buttons where you can just go 15 seconds back.
Yes.
They need one of those. Everything's a minute. So, yeah, that's what it was. It was a foul ball. It was a swing. I think it was a foul ball off his knee. The way he corkscrewed it might have been just the swing itself. Because he corkscrewed and then kind of spun around and hit the ground.
Oof.
I think either way, you're probably looking at a stint there because either A, he fouled that thing straight off his knee, and I mean, I'll get to the bottom of it. Anyways, back to the rest of the story. Padres just took the lead, the 2-run home run. Grisham just pounded one out of the building. This kid Irvin that's pitching today for Washington, he is bad. They've I think he's got like close to a 10 ERA.
I thought their record would be much worse than it is, to be honest with you, at 21-28.
I mean, I think they've done a pretty good job.
Right? For all things considering, roster talent-wise?
Yeah, they're a good team. I mean, not good team, but they're feisty.
Kinda
Last year, I just felt like that they were a doormat. This year, it seems like that when you go to play the Washington Nationals, you better be ready for a rock fight. Last year, it felt like that you were playing single A Washington, and they were just trying to get to the bus. What was the other thing that I had sent to you?
The Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins. What's going on with Kirk Cousins?
You sent me something. I thought I saw that.
Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, something with a tweet. Whatever it was this
You
morning.
read anything I send you? What's going on here?
Yeah, you said today, and it's legit. All about it, the tweets all lead to. I mean, Kirk Cousins clutch factor. It says from NFL on Prime Video, 61 point.
This is not what I meant to send you, and now I don't know what the hell it was I meant to send you. What in the hell was I sending you?
Believe me, I read what you said. I was a little confused that we'd be talking about Kirk Cousins in May here, but that's the tweet I have.
Man, I would have to go through my tweets from this morning to see what in the world. I mean, my wow. All right.
People were arguing about if he was pretty much a good quarterback or not. I mean, saying what if the Vikings, does he hold him back? Does he help him out? And there was just a bunch of comments back and forth.
Yeah, so to put a pin in that whole Kim, the infielder for San Diego, I finally saw a good replay from the Washington production. And that's what it was. The foul ball went straight off his kneecap. This is what it was. I don't know how did that end up? Adrian Peterson says he hasn't retired and is looking for a good opportunity this year.
What?
Yeah. Adrian Peterson's talking about, I guess for now on. See, the thing is, I hate quote tweeting and putting you in it because then you usually come back with a goofy ass GIF. And then you're not understanding that I'm saying, hey, I want to talk about this on the show today. And I don't want to go through the whole thing on Twitter going, hey guys, this is what I want to talk about on the show. I just want to capture y'all, quote tweet it, tag y'all in and move on. But then one of y'all will send me a GIF of, I don't know.
Hey, sometimes you got to follow
listen through the wall, and I'm like, and then you have no idea that I'm talking about. Let's talk about this. I don't know how I got on the Kirk Cousins. That is crazy.
Things happen, but I'm telling you, right?
Yeah, Adrian Peterson talking about it ain't over for me.
Well, I mean, buddy, The last time he in 2021 he split with Tennessee and Seattle.
That's the last time I remember seeing him play. Has he played since?
Nope, not since. That was 2021 where he had 3 games for Tennessee, 2 started, and then 1 game for Seattle, 1 started. He had 11 carries for 16 yards in that Seattle game.
He is 38 years old. 38-year-old running back talking about I'm looking for the right situation. The right situation would be
the XFL.
Sit home. That would be the right situation.
I mean, but for real, it's like, dude, do you really think an NFL team? I mean, boy, oh boy, like if you want to try and if you need to get a paycheck, maybe try out the XFL might give you a little money just to get your name on some jerseys.
What's his deal? I mean, has he run out of money or something?
That's what I'm thinking. That's the only thing I can think of. I mean, we know he had some troubles back in the day a little bit with his son as well. Maybe he owes him some money. I don't know what the whole deal is here. He's not a young fella.
If you come back and play 1 game, then you're going to push back your Hall of Fame. Because he's got to be a first ballot Hall of Famer, right?
Oh, I mean, yeah, no doubt.
Almost 15,000 yards, 120 touchdowns.
Yeah, I mean, he was one of the best things. And I remember what year was it? Maybe 2011 or 2012. He would absolutely run for about, I felt like, yeah, that was the year 2012. He had 2,097 yards, 6 yards per carry average with 12 rushing touchdowns and 1 receiving. So, I mean, just a phenomenal talent.
Yeah, I feel like that year where he had 200 yards rushing, that was arguably one of, if not the best year for a running back that I've seen. I still probably lean on Derrick Henry 2019 because Derrick Henry was just so dominant, you just could not bring him down. What year was that Henry put the 99-yard touchdown run on Jacksonville? I think that was 19. That was up there. And what is Derrick?
2018, that run was the 99-yard versus Jaguars, December 6th, 2018.
That was 2018? Okay. Well, I guess that was just the springboard to 2019 and 2020, he led the league in rushing and touchdowns.
I would assume they're going to lean heavily on him again this year, considering they don't even know who they really want to be quarterback, right?
I mean, they don't have much of a choice.
Yeah.
I mean, they may have to go out there and run the wishbone at this point. I don't know.
Put Malik Willis, Derrick Henry, and Will Levis all in the same backfield and just run some option.
I'd like to see a bench pressing contest between Levis and Henry. Levis is jacked.
Oh yeah, I mean the physical tools on him are comparable. You know, whenever they draft, I know some people hate the comparisons, but his body type is formed. They were saying like a Josh Allen. I mean, he is a big dude and he is very ripped. So I mean, and a very strong arm. You talked about that throw on his knees that we saw to the goalpost in that one video was insane.
Yeah, that right there doesn't even make any sense. And once again, I really do think that they probably got a steal, considering where they got him. And I'm not saying he's going to be better than all the other quarterbacks. That's not where I'm going with this, but I'm saying considering that they got him in the second round, I think he's going to be comparable right there, right?
Yeah.
And the fact that they didn't have to burn a first-round pick, and hopefully that offensive lineman that they got in the first round will pan out as well.
They got the Northwestern guy, I think.
Yeah. He's I think he's going to be an interior lineman.
I remember a draft prospect talking about him, and they said this guy could be a Hall of Fame offensive lineman by the time his career is done. Now, what does that always correlate to? Who knows? But a lot of people were high on his longevity in the NFL.
Yeah, well, the biggest thing with the lineman that they drafted that I kept hearing right before the draft was that he doesn't have long arms. And so typically when you got the shorter arms, you're going to end up playing guard because you can't have those big defensive ends coming in at you and not being able to have enough of a wingspan to keep them off of you. They cited only like 2 offensive tackles in the National Football League currently that are very good that had short arms. I'm like, well, that's not good. And then that night, the number 8 pick, Tennessee Titans take a son of a. I'm serious right now.
Oh, it's like when a quarterback has small hands, everyone freaks out. Oh boy!
While you're at it, let's go get the slow kid that can't read and make him quarterback.
Where's the short bus?
Let's get the really slow kid to play wide receiver too. We'll get the fat guy to punt return, and let's go. We're breaking the mold, baby. San Diego leads 2-1, and that's the only game going on right now, I believe. Never mind. The Marlins and Rockies. Let's see what that score is because it's 2-1.
2-1. Yep.
That game's in the 6th. The Rockies trail 2-1, and they are in the top of the 6th. And I just look at that and think, when I see a game in Colorado that's only in the 6th inning and it's 2-1, I'm just assuming there's at least 19 runs still left on the board. Like you're about to have an explosion. A day game in Colorado, very, very small chance that game ends 2-1.
That's why I was worried when I picked up Freeland for a spot start. Luckily, he did pretty good, but they're losing, so that won't get me the win there.
All right, let's take a real quick break. We come back. We're going to talk some matchups tonight in Major League Baseball and give you our locks. We'll be back in a flash on Braves Country.
That's a joke, boy. You missed it. Went right past you. You got to keep on your toes.
You get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. So much, I'm going to have to speed things up. You can get the Farmers Signal app, and that could get you up to 15% off your auto policy. That's just for using the app and driving like the normal speed limited hearing, full stop, making lane change, signaling human being you are. Get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. Start with a quote by calling 1-800-FARMERS.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Hey, Braves fans. Thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we are here to bring you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves, bringing you spring training in 2 to 3 games a week all season long. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
Sit sharp. I'm not playing your stupid game.
That's the sound of NyQuil Severe hard at work. NyQuil Severe is the best sleep with a cold medicine. No tossing and turning, just rest and recovery. So you're ready to take on tomorrow. For powerful relief of your worst cold and flu symptoms, try NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold? Medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
You're listening to WQEE in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves country. Weekdays, 3 to 5 p.m. We got to get it going here. We go. This is the last segment before we head on out, and I feel like we got to get some of this going. Come on, baby!
Woo!
Series against the Phillies.
Take out the Philadelphia slaughterhouse of those stumps in that city.
You got Dylan Dodd, Aaron Nola. That's gonna be a tough pitching matchup. I hate that the one time we got, that we're having to face Nola in this series is we got Dodd going to the mound. Feel like we could have manipulated that a little better, just a little better. I would have liked to have seen. Honestly, would have liked to have seen them push back one of the starters in this past series to face him and have brought Dodd or whoever to face the Dodgers earlier. Because I'm still old school. I still believe that a division game is much bigger than playing the Dodgers. But anywho, on to the rest of the story. So you're not willing to trade away Taylor and sign Adrian Peterson and maybe some Cam Newton?
It is funny you do bring up Jonathan Taylor because we're trying to get his contract renegotiated, which won't be too hard to do. It'll probably be like
you should just release him. I mean, he's done.
The harder part is figuring out if we should pay Michael Pittman with how the salary market is these days, because these receivers, they just want.
You got to, though, man. You can't let him go.
I know, because we got nobody behind that.
Right. Well, plus, you go out there and you draft AR-15, man. The last thing you need is him out there chucking around what I think sign T.Y. Hilton to another extension.
Bring him back out of the woodworks. It is interesting, though. Today I saw on the rookie QBs that Bryce Young and Richardson were getting first-team reps, but then C.J. Stroud was taking reps with the second team. It's just a mini camp. It's no big deal, but I was interested to see how the teams broke that down. I thought for sure C.J. Stroud would just take first-team reps because please don't tell me Davis Mills has any hope left from the organization. I mean, sheesh.
Should the Colts tank this year again to make sure that they get Marvin Harrison Jr.?
I mean, what is tanking in the NFL? I feel like we did it last year with Jeff Saturday. It's that rarely happens, right? That's rare.
I feel like if you just follow the model of what the Indianapolis Colts have done over the last few years, that is the definition of tanking.
You know what? I can't wait till your Jaguars come to our
sign
house.
Jeff Saturday again, and you'll get Marvin Harrison in the building.
Wait, well, at that point, might as well wait for Archie Manning in a few years.
Oh, don't worry. You might be in line for him with AR-15 quarterbacking, because if he doesn't pan out, you'll be.
Hey, you were huge on AR-15 pre-draft.
I still think he's going to be good, but I could be wrong. There's going to be no in between with AR-15.
Not at all.
I feel like he's going to be very Trey Lance. You're either going to be like, yes, or what the hell was this? What were we doing?
Oh, I pray not. I'll have nightmares.
I believe there's a path for him to be a very good quarterback in the NFL because of his athletic ability. But I also remember watching a lot of games when he was at the University of Florida where he was skipping the ball all over we're talking about sideline throws that he would skip to their knees. Now, I would think he's not going to be rushed into starting. He probably won't start till, what do you think, week 10? Or do you think he's going to start right away?
I mean, Richardson, I mean, the way we're looking at things, the way practice are going, the way you hear things from Coach Steichen, and I would not be shocked if it's week 1. I would not be shocked if it's week 10. It depends to me how far he can, because to me, it's all about learning the playbook. I don't mind if he misses throws here and there. To me, how fast is he picking up the NFL playbook? How fast, when he gets on that field, is he processing? Is he being able to change things at the line of scrimmage? To me, if you can do those things, listen, the accuracy, the timing, things take time to develop. It's all about, to me, how he processes on the field. If he's picking all of that up quickly, I'd rather get him out there sooner than later. But if he's missing reads and he's taking a bunch of sacks and getting hit a bunch of times and risking injury, I don't need that. So to me, it depends where he's at.
I think you go with Gardner Minshew, start the season, not worry a whole hell of a lot about wins and losses, because this season isn't about that, right? And you can still find yourself getting, I mean, wouldn't it be huge for the fan base of the Indianapolis Colts to have Marvin Harrison Jr. come play for the Colts?
Absolutely. This is the hard part.
Does he want that? I don't know. He may not want that shadow, but
it just, the AFC South just makes things hard to do it like that, because the Texans obviously are in. They have worse talent than my Colts. If I went through the rosters, that's a team to me that has worse talent. So you should get a win there. Jacksonville, they're the cream of the crop, but they're not a 13-14 Chiefs type team. So it's going to be a little hard to take.
It might be because they get to play us 6 times, right? I mean, right there.
And here's the thing too: we play the NFC South on top of that, where you have a lot of Met teams. So it's going to be hard when you're playing AFC South, NFC
South, and NFC South playing each other this year. That is going to be like the epitome of, I'll show you who sucks. You think you suck? We're going to suck the suck out of the suck. I mean,
the Colts and Texans are 2 of, I think, 4 teams who did not get a primetime game. So that goes to show you that we have some ugly schedules against some ugly divisions.
I mean, you got to really lock it in when the Panthers and the Texans go squaring off.
Ooh, baby. Rookie QB day.
That's why I still think that Atlanta's got a solid chance of making the playoffs this year.
And that's why I think they should start. I'm going to argue for this. I know, Ritter, you need to find out what you have. But to me, the Falcons have a better chance of winning the division if Heineke is the quarterback, because he just doesn't have to screw it up. He is a quarterback he's proven he can make the playoffs at Washington. Why not put him in there and just operate with good weapons?
Because remember something, when he was at Washington and they were doing their thing, the defense was really good. Atlanta's defense isn't expected to be that good this year. So you're going to have to put up points. If you're going to have to put up points, I'd rather at least see what Ritter has. If he spits the bit and he stinks, then I'm all for it. Look, week 4, week 5, go ahead and throw him in there. But Ritter's got to be given the opportunity. You drafted him. You only let him play, 3-4 games last year. You got to give him an opportunity. And are you selling a lot of tickets and jerseys if you go Taylor Heineke?
No, believe me, it is not the sexy pick. I just think you win more games with Heineke at quarterback. I understand fully what you're saying. I just think the Falcons are in a weird spot because
it's the opposite of a sexy pick.
In most divisions, the Falcons, I would say, hey, start Ritter. You got the Chiefs or you got the San Francisco. You're not going to be able to compete.
It's the beer goggle pick is what that is. That is not a sexy pick.
Hey, if you watch Ritter play last year, there was beer goggles. I think he was wearing on the field.
I think it ended up being 4 games. That's not a very good sample size.
And he didn't get an offseason.
And the offensive line was just an absolute mash unit. So you get a full off season, you get all the reps. Marcus Mariota's not in the way. Bijan Robinson's been added.
I will say they can just hand the ball off 50 times a game.
I mean, they're going to have the running backs.
They have like 4.
And I think you're going to see a lot of really creative schemes from the Falcons this year because Smith likes to do is send you out. They led the league last year with pass attempts with 2 or more running backs in the backfield. Because what they're trying to do is get you to come out there with a bunch of linebackers all over the field, and then they're going to spread it out and chuck it all over the place. And I think this Atlanta team is going to be really exciting as far as being able to put points on the board. They're going to be close games, but they're going to have opportunities to win. If you get to week 4, week 5, and he's not producing at all, because I'm not going to go by the win-loss record. I'm going to go by what he's doing on the field.
Oh, you have to. I agree.
If he's not producing, then okay, I'm with you, Heineke. Let's just try to save our jobs. Let's put Heineke out there. But I think you've got to get rid of at least the first month. That first game, barring injury, versus the Carolina Panthers in the Mercedes-Benz Dome, I want to see some Desmond Ridder out there flipping it around. And he threw out the first pitch the other day. He threw a dime for the Atlanta Braves. First pitch. Pew! Pew, 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 pew.
Bang, bang.
That's my walk-off. What's your walk-off for the day and your lock?
My walk-off is, hey, I'm hoping the Celtics win tonight. I don't want to wait a week for the NBA, a week and what? Actually, it'd be 1 week exactly. So I hope they win tonight and we get
what
a
is
Saturday.
Game 6?
Saturday night.
Saturday night, okay. And then,
so
and then what 7 would be on
Monday?
Monday?
Yep, and they get 2 days off because the finals is next Thursday.
3 days off. Well,
yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
But yeah, my lock, I'm going with the professor. I think the Cubs are going to sweep the Mets.
Nick Maddox is pitching tonight.
Oh, yeah. He's pretty much like the garbage disposal version of Greg Maddux. But, yeah, no, I'm going with that win. And at minus 105 money line, I went with them Monday. They didn't hurt me. Or Tuesday. I'm not stopping now. Sweep the Mets.
My walk-off, well, lock, first of all, let's go ahead and go to Major League Baseball tonight. You've got a couple of things you could do Braves-wise. I'm telling you right now, I'm not loving the matchup with Nola versus Dodd. I won't pick against the Braves, but I'm telling you right now, if you're looking for something, taking the Phillies in the first 5 would probably be a good idea. So instead, I'm going to go outside of Atlanta and go to the Mets Cubs game as well. I'm going with the over. The over in that game in the first 5 innings is 4.5 runs. Give me the over, baby.
Runs all night long.
And my walk-off is news broke after we went off the air yesterday. Tina Turner passed away. And I could not believe this kid at work had never heard of Tina Turner. I was like, would you freaking listen to anything but bubblegum rap or whatever the hell you listen to? He's like, what? I'm not that old. I'm like, Tina Turner? It's like me saying, well, I wasn't around to listen to Elvis Presley, but I knew who he was. Proud Mary?
Come on, man.
What's love got to do with it? Get your head out of your proverbial butts. This current generation sucks. All right. We'll see you tomorrow. We're going to keep the feet up. Braves, Phillies, first pitch right here. Stay tuned for the Brian Snow Show here on 99.1 FM, and we will see you mañana, 3 to 5. We go live. Have a good one, y'all.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on The Key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on The Key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on The Key. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. You would be Jubal if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty. Short, closed to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of two X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Nash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Casey at the bat. by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence, his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Braves Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
You're in Braves Country.
Yeah, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? I am doing fantastic. I hope you are the same as the Atlanta Braves go out and get themselves a W. And we are now looking at what possibly could be a series with the Phillies, a 4-game series with the Phillies going into Memorial Day weekend. And you know what they always say? You can't win a division. You can't make the playoffs by the end of Memorial Day, but you can have it lost, and you kind of get an idea of where you are. And when you look at that, and we'll take a full look at the quarter poll per se when we get out of the Memorial Day weekend. But looking into this weekend as we head into an important series versus the Philadelphia Phillies, I'd say Atlanta Braves are in pretty darn good shape. I think you can't argue with that. Leading the division and going into tonight, we have a 5.5 game lead on the Mets, a 5.5 game lead on the Marlins, 7 on the Phillies, 9 on the Nats. Now, what are we looking for in this series particularly? What are we looking to do? I personally feel like that we would be looking to bare minimum split the series. If you split the series at home against Philadelphia, you'll feel meh. You'll be like, all right, then we'll send you on your merry way. You're still 7 out. Of course, depending on what the Mets and Marlins do, you don't know where you'll be at the end of the weekend, but that's the way you'll look at it, just specifically looking at the Phillies. I want to see us win the series. I want to see 3 out of 4. We've kind of putted around. We squeaked out a series win against Seattle at home. A good team, but we were at home. You're supposed to do that. We were very fortunate not to get swept at home by the Dodgers. A couple of big bats came through last night. That home run, that towering shot by Matt Olson. If you didn't see it, you didn't see the highlight, et cetera, that was an absolute moon blast. Went on top of the chop house in right field. On the roof. You know, when we're doing these calls a lot, we'll make the comments into the chop house, da-da-da-da-da-da. And I normally just use that as, well, it's in right field. It's in pretty well. That was an absolute blast. Then the home run by Ozuna, that wasn't exactly a wall scraper itself. He hammered that into left center. What'd you say, 10, 12 rows back? And that was a huge home run. And then, of course, I think a couple of things got lost, I believe, when you're looking at this game, per se. I think we're going to look at the home runs. We're going to look at the fly ball by Ozzie Albies. He fought during that at bat, and he got the got the pitch that he wanted to finally lift it into the outfield, and with Riley on third with less than 2 outs, game was over, right? First of all, if you go back to that, that rocket hit by Riley, 116 miles an hour off the bat. Wow. But I'm going to point to something that I think a lot of folks, it might have went by the wayside on. So Riley standing at second here in the 9th inning, no outs. Travis d'Arnaud is up to the plate. And there are a lot of batters in today's Major League Baseball that wouldn't have came through and did what he did. And I know he didn't get the base hit, and that's what your average fan is going to harp on. He got Riley over to third because he made damn sure that the ball he hit was on the right side of the infield, and Riley was able to go second to third on that. And once he gets over to third with 1 out, and they got Rosario coming to plate, and if you remember Rosario planting one against the Dodgers in the NLCS in 21, and I know they do because they said, we don't want no part of that. Send him down to first and try to set up the double play, which I don't think they were really trying to set up the double play. I think they were just trying to finagle something, because with Ozzy's speed, that's going to be a tough turn. And they had the infield in at that point. So you really weren't playing for the double play. But they just didn't want to face Rosario. They sent him down to first. But just rewind back to that at bat with d'Arnaud. It was a good, tough at bat, and and that is some of the things, like, some of these statistics in today's game that your stat nerds will live and die on. All these different, basically they try to look at different statistics and different acronyms to try to confuse the average baseball fan because they think it makes them sound smarter. But if you know the game, like a true fan knows the game, those types of plays don't show up in the stat book. But Travis d'Arnaud had every bit of a hand in winning last night's game as anybody else. It won't show it. It's going to show a ground out. His OPS goes down. His batting average goes down. His slugging percentage goes down, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But it was a great, great play. And then you had the opportunity at that point with Ozzy Albies on deck. He comes up. Look, we know Ozzy Albies can spit the bit sometimes in the big spots. He tries to hit a 5-run home run sometimes when he comes up. But that time he fought and fought and fought and finally lifted one into the outfield. And I loved the fact that Austin Riley slid into home even though it wasn't necessary. He was booked. And by the way, Austin Riley's hitting now. He's starting to rake. He hasn't quite gotten the home runs out yet. Those will come. I predict he's going to have a couple in this series. I think Austin Riley's going to have a coming out party in the Philadelphia series. Mark my words, Austin Riley will be the guy in this series. He's really starting to put the bat on the ball and hit it hard. That one that he hit into the left field corner at 116 miles an hour. It was a one bouncer, and then it almost stuck into the fence. It hit so hard. You don't see many home runs hit that hard. That was an absolute bullet. It reminded me of the one that he hit against the Dodgers. I guarantee you some Dodgers fans and players and Roberts himself was probably very reminiscent in the NLCS. I think it was game 1. I know I did the game, but I want to say it was game 1. It could have been game 2. But remember, Ozzy had gotten on second via the steal, and Riley drilled one down the left field line for a walk-off. It was one of the first 2 games we won in walk-off fashion, and Riley smoked one down the line. And when he hit that ball, it reminded me so much of that play. We're 30-19, 612 winning percentage, not too shabby. Right now, we are one game in front of the Dodgers in the win-loss column for best record in the NL. And we'll be monitoring that all year. I'm going to be watching the Dodgers scoreboard all year long because I want home field advantage throughout the West. I want to, first of all, play the lowest seed possible, but also I want the pennant to come through Atlanta, Georgia. I don't want a scenario where they get to the NLCS and it's a 7-game series and they have to play the Dodgers on the road. You know, a lot of people forget when we won it in 21, by default, we ended up with the home field advantage because the Dodgers upset the Giants in the playoffs in the wild card round. And Atlanta hosted LA. 7-game series, first 2 in Atlanta, next 3 in LA. The last 2 that we didn't need game 7 in Atlanta. I want that same scenario for 2023. I want Atlanta. And I mean, for that matter, I'm still monitoring what's going on in the American League. More so with Tampa than I am Texas. No slide on Texas, but I just don't think Texas is going to make it to the World Series. I think Tampa could. Obviously, Houston, you keep an eye on that. I'll tell you what, that Baltimore Orioles team's pretty damn good too. Pretty damn good. So, going to continue to monitor the American League because I want the World Series to be home field advantage Atlanta, right? So, it's a lot of things to keep in mind. Now, going into tonight's game, Aaron Nola, that's the name of the game. But if you look at the series, and look, Aaron Nola's pitched well against us. Atlanta's going to need to work the count. They need to get on, but they need to work his pitch count up because in a lot of games in the past, Aaron Nola has gotten us in these early counts, early in the game, and it's allowed him to pitch deep into the ball game. We need to get him out in the 5th inning. That's all there is to it. Get his ass out and let's go. Let's get into that terrible Philadelphia bullpen. But if you look at the team rankings right now, the Atlanta Braves pitching staff, now this is top to bottom. This is starting and the bullpen, but this is top to bottom. The Atlanta Braves pitching staff is ranked number 4 in baseball. Number 4, pretty damn good. We're number 1 in the National League, my friends. The only National League team in the top 5 is the Atlanta Braves. Astros, Twins, Mariners, Tampa Bay Rays. And then you get the Pittsburgh Pirates in at 6. I'll tell you what, that makes me feel a lot better about that Seattle series. We had such a hard time scoring. They're ranked number 3. And then you're saying, well, what about the Philadelphia Phillies? 23 on the list. They have a 4.54 ERA, almost a full run more than Atlanta. And what's funny about this, and this is a little off topic because we're playing the Phillies, the Mets are 24th. They're below the Phillies. If you would have told me at the beginning of the season the Mets would have a higher ERA than the Phillies, I'd have told you you're out of your mind. Have you gone insane? And when you talk about a team that's not trying, a franchise is not trying, not the players. So at the bottom of the list, you get 4.7, 4 point. It's gradually going up. The 29th ranked team in baseball is Kansas City with 5.15. Okay. Not good, but they're marginally closer as you go up the list. The team they're in front of, the last place team, Oakland Athletics, who we play next week, 6.95, a full almost 2 runs in front of the last place team and the second last place team. There's almost a 2-run difference. That just tells you Oakland isn't trying to win. As far as batting goes going into this weekend, you wonder where Philadelphia is, because we know how good their offense has been. Their offense has been pretty darn good again this year. They're batting .258. They've got a .738 OPS as a team. Atlanta's right there with them. Philadelphia is ranked 10th. Atlanta's ranked 12th. We're .254 and a .787. We actually have a higher OPS. And our OPS is actually third in Major League Baseball. And I look more at the OPS. You know, I'm one of those old seam heads. It took me a while to come around. It's probably been the last 5 to 7 years that I really started looking at the OPS over slug and batting average, because I used to look at them separately, and now I just look at OPS. And I'm more concerned with the OPS than anything else. We don't do it at the beginning of the batting, when we give the lineups, the batting lineups, just because traditionally you just don't do that. You always give the batting average and the home runs, etc. But you'll notice that when I'm doing a game, one of the first things that I hit up when a guy comes to the plate, at least the first time through, I try to make sure everybody's aware of their OPS, because I know I've already given the batting average. So there you have that. Tonight, Nola on the mound. Dylan Dodd's going to get the ball, and we hope Dodd can have another good outing. Real quick on Nola, he has his last time out against the Cubs pretty darn good, 7 and 2 earned runs. He got a bumpy ride against Colorado, but it was in Coors Field, so you almost got to throw that one away. So let's say we put those two aside. I usually like to go on the last 3 starts, but I'm going to put the Coors one off to the side. He went 7 and 2 earned against Chicago, 6 and 2 earned against Toronto, 6 and a third and 4 earned against the Dodgers in LA. And if you want to go back one more, 8 and 1 at Houston. He's been pitching much better since the beginning of the year. So when you look at Nola and you look at his 4.31 ERA, his last 4 or 5 starts have actually been really damn good. Of course, Dylan Dodd is going to get an opportunity to come up and see how he pitches. Look, if he pitches well, we might actually get a chance to stick around this time. Last time out, pitched well, I thought. 6 and 3 earned runs. Look, he's, as of right now, he's not really striking out a lot of guys. Only 1 strikeout against Miami. That was back on May 4th. Prior to that, he got bombed against San Diego, but he had a good outing his first time out in St. Louis. But once again, first of all, beginning of the season, St. Louis was playing bad baseball. He still had 3 strikeouts. So that's concerning going into tonight's game, because Philly's going to be able to put the ball in play against Dodd. Our defense is going to have to be excellent, and our offense has got to figure out a way. This is the game that concerns me the most of the entire series, tonight's game. Still pick the Braves. It's going to be a tight one, though. And I think we're going to get to their bullpen. Give me the Braves. Give me a wild one. Give me 6-5. 6-5 win. And hopefully Dodd, when I'm looking for Dodd, somewhere close to a quality start. Can you give me 5 or 6 innings? Can you keep it 3 runs or less? If so, you're going to give us a puncher's chance when we get into that Philly bullpen. Hopefully we can get into that bullpen by the 7th. The 6th would be great, but the 7th I would love. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Lineups and the anthem are on the way. Keep it locked in here. Braves Country HD. Braves Phillies game number 1. Dylan Dodd versus Aaron Nola. Come on, Braves Country. Let's get it. Get it. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch 'em all, Joe! You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Braves. He's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare amongst bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off for the visiting Philadelphia Phillies, Stott, the second baseman, batting .291, 5 home runs, 19 RBI, 5 stolen bases. Trey Turner, shortstop, 5 home runs, 13 RBI, 6 stolen bases, a .250 average. Bryce Harper, 2 home runs, 6 RBI, 2 stolen bases, batting .324. Castellanos is out in right field, batting .289, 5 home runs, 26 RBI, 2 stolen bases. Kyle Schwarber, batting fifth with 12 home runs, 24 RBI, and a .170 average. JT Realmuto is batting sixth, 3 home runs, 17 RBI, 7 stolen bases, batting .276. Alec Boehm is hitting seventh. He's batting .264 this year with 5 home runs, 35 RBI, 2 stolen bases. And Brandon Marsh is in center with 4 home runs, 18 RBI, 3 stolen bases, a .269 average. Sosa will be at third base. 3 home runs, 11 RBI, 1 stolen base, and a .275 average. Aaron Nola is on the mound for the Philadelphia Phillies. He is 4-3 with a 4.31 ERA, 107 whip, 62 2/3 innings pitched, 53 strikeouts, 54 hits allowed, 13 walks, and 8 home runs given up. He'll be going head-to-head with the lefty, Dylan Dodd. Southpaw comes in with a 2-1 record, 6.46 ERA, a 1.83 whip through 15 1/3 inning, 24 hits allowed, 7 strikeouts, 4 walks, and 3 home runs. Leading off for your hometown Atlanta Braves, Ronald Acuna Jr. playing right field, batting .330, 11 home runs, 20 stolen bases, and 27 RBI. Matt Olson batting second and playing first base, 14 home runs, 36 RBI, a .234 average. Austin Riley batting third and playing third, 7 home runs, 23 RBI, a .261 average. Sean Murphy is behind the plate tonight, 10 home runs, 36 RBI, a .275 average. And Eddie Rosario in left field, 5 home runs, 17 RBI, 1 stolen base, and a .238 average. Ozzie Albies will be at second and batting sixth, 10 home runs, 32 RBI, and 1 stolen base, .254 on the year. Marcell Ozuna, your designated hitter, batting .211 with 9 home runs, 20 RBI, and Orlando Arcia is batting eighth, playing short, 4 home runs, 13 RBI, a .313 average. Michael Harris II, batting .169, 1 home run, 5 RBI, and 4 stolen bases. He'll be patrolling center field. There's your starting lineups for game 1 of a 4-game series between the Atlanta Braves, who are 30-19 on the year, facing the Philadelphia Phillies, 7 in front as they come in at 23-26. Umpires for tonight, Gabe Morales will be behind home plate. First base line, Nate Tomlinson. Second base umpire tonight is Adam Beck. And down the third base line is Dan Iasonia. 78 degrees here at first pitch at Truist Park. A capacity crowd is expected, 41,149. Braves are 13-12 at home this year. Philadelphia 9-16. So it's time to get set for Braves versus Phillies 2023 edition here in Atlanta, Georgia. Heading towards Memorial Day weekend. What a great way to start it off. So grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair, girls and boys. It's time for Braves Country Baseball. Get your game face on, Braves Country. Last couple of warm-up tosses, and we are just about set here as Dylan Dodd and the Atlanta Braves will be wearing the home whites with the blue cap, red bill, white A. Braves on the chest, tomahawk underneath. We are just about set here. Stott digs in. Phillies in the road grays, and it's baseball time in Braves country. The first pitch on the way, 92 miles an hour, just off the plate, misses wide, and it's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch from Dodd, right there for a strike, 92 at the top of the zone, evens up the count at 1-1. The 1-1 delivery, swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into center field. On the track, making the catch is Michael Harris for out number 1. Atlanta Braves come into tonight 7 games in front of the Philadelphia Phillies. The first pitch on the way from Dodd is a wide strike. Trey Turner does not like it, batting .250 And it's 687 OPS. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch kicks and fires and fouls it straight back out of play. It's 0-2. Trey Turner has been booed recently by the Philly fans. I know that shocks everybody, but he did get a game-tying home run the other day. The 0-2 pitch swung on, grounded over to short. Arcee has got it, flips it over to first. It's a 6-3 putout, and the Braves are off and running here in the top of the first. Tampa Bay beat Toronto today. If you missed that, 6-3. Colorado just walked it off against Miami 7-6 out in Denver. Mets and Cubs will be going at it here in about 20 minutes. Kyle Hendricks coming on for the first time in a long time for Chicago. He'll be going up against Carrasco. This will bring Bryce Harper to the plate, everybody's favorite Philly. Lefty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way is a slider right there for a strike. Good pitch by Dodd. Taken high, it's 0-1. The 0-1 from Dodd set up outside. Swing, and that ball's ripped over to the left-hand side in between short and third. The Braves were in a shift, and right where the shortstop would normally be, Harper put it in between, and there's one on with two away. Good piece of hitting by Harper. Hit them where they ain't. So 1 on, 2 outs. Yeah, Carrasco has been terrible this year, but this is Hendricks' first game in almost a year. So I'm expecting a high-scoring game. The first pitch on the way to Castellanos, the right-handed slugger, is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Originally, it was supposed to be Jamison Tyon, and they changed it this morning. The 1-0 pitch inside, taken for a ball. It's 2-0. The 2-0. Swing and knocks it backwards. Out of play. It's 2-1. Castellanos, 289 with 5 home runs, a 792 OPS, 26 RBI on the year. The 2-1 kicks and deals, swing and a miss. Pulled the string on that one, and it's 2-2. Good piece of pitching there. 83 changeup off the 91 fastball. Had Castellanos off balance. So 2-2, 2 outs, 1 on, top of the first. Dodd trying to get in and out with a fairly quick first inning. The windup, the pitch, down below the knees, off the plate. It's 3-2. So now a full count, which means Harper will be off to the races. Standing on deck, the left-handed power hitter, Schwarber. The 3-2 pitch, Harper's running, swing, and that ball's fouled back out of play. We'll do it again at 3-2. Grounded foul over towards the third base dugout. A lot of sports going on tonight. You got the Women's College World Series, or the 3-2 pitch on the way, grounded foul. We'll do it again at 3-2. I guess these are the super regionals. You've got the NBA playoffs, and then, of course, a bunch of MLB. We'll keep you up to date on all the scores. No game bigger than this right here. The 3-2 pitch from Dodd. Swing, and that ball's popped up high in the sky. Underneath it is Money Mike. He'll make the catch, and that'll end the inning. Phillies put 1 on but fail to score. We'll be back at a flash here on Braves Country.
Bees! Bees! Bees in the car! Bees everywhere! Save yourself! Your firearms are useless against them!
Holy shnikes, it worked.
Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5. And we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country Baseball right here on the Key.
We're going to start off with Will Banks. What's your take on the Alabama-West Virginia matchup? What are the keys?
I didn't.
That's great insight, man. That's great insight. Everyone else is going. I'm gonna change the channel.
Armchair.
I'm 7-0 this season.
You auto-drafted.
That's what all the great GMs do. They delegate.
You didn't do anything.
Yeah, I did. I set the cue.
Without fantasy football, what would friends talk about?
I almost wore shorts today.
Oh.
I was going to do a sweatshirt shorts combo.
Armchair.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of holding your dad's hand, walking through that dark tunnel, and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves. Philadelphia Phillies, game one of a 4-game set on a Memorial Day weekend. Doesn't get any better than that, does it, Braves fans? We'll have tonight, tomorrow night, and Saturday afternoon right here. We will put the feed up on Sunday night and Monday. First pitch on the way from Aaron Nola to Acuna, swung on, grounded over to short, and it's a first pitch, first out by Acuna, 6-3 put out, and there's one away. Won't have the play-by-play on those two nights because with it being Memorial Day, it's some stuff that we do here with the family that we take pretty serious for Memorial Day. But we will put the feed up. We got something special in line for that. We've done some Memorial Day stuff over the years, and we're going to put that up as opposed to music. The first pitch on the way to Matt Olson is swung on and pummeled into the upper deck, but plenty foul. It's on one. I think Matt Olson might have broken his bat. He's going to the dugout to get a new one. If you missed it last night, he put one on top of the chop house. And I haven't seen many up there. He absolutely obliterated that pitch last night against the Dodgers in a walk-off win where Ozzie Albies got the sac fly at the end. Riley came home to score. The first pitch on the 0-1 pitch on the way to Olson is off the plate wide from Nola. It's 1-1. Nola's been able to pitch deep in a lot of contests versus the Braves in years past. The 1-1 swing, and that ball's lifted into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit. One hopper to Castellanos. And there's one on, one out. And Austin Riley coming to the plate. Riley really started to come on of late. His slugging has improved immensely. It's been red hot over the last 7 to 10 days. This would be a great time for him to really catch fire going into the Philadelphia series where you know you're going to need runs against this offense. First pitch on the way to Riley's off the plate wide. It's 1-0. The 1-0 on the way. Nola flips it up there, swing, and fouls it out of play. 93 up top. It's 1-1. Riley now batting .261 with the .762 OPS. Move back up into the number 3 spot, even with Murphy in the lineup tonight. So you can tell that they really are starting to believe in what they see as well. The 1-1 from Nola. Swinging, that ball's hammered high and deep. Going back on the track. Did I say it or did I say it? Home run, baby boy! It is 2-0 your hot Atlanta Braves. Austin Riley, the rake is real. He is back, baby, back. 459 happy feet over the left center field wall. 8th home run, 25th RBI. 114 miles an hour off the bat of Austin Riley. How about it? It's amazing the Braves have played so well the first month and a half, almost 2 months without Riley really being on, but it seems like that he's turned a corner the last few games. That'll bring Sean Murphy to the plate, and he rifles the first pitch into center field, but right at Marsh. Marsh makes the catch for out number 2. Braves lead at 2-0. Nola's still at only 8 pitches. He's done this in the past. He somehow works through the Braves lineup, gets deep into games, keeping his pitch count down. I remember doing a few games last year and just over the years watching him. Love to get him out early and get into that Philly pen, especially with the 4-game series. First pitch on the way to Rosario is down below the knees, near the ankles. It's 1-0. Nola looks in, flips it up there. Fastball called for a strike on the outer edge. 93. It's 1-1. Eddie Rosario himself has been playing much better. The 1-1 pitch down below the knees, took something off that looked like the changeup. It's 2-1. Good eye by Eddie. Dodgers wanted no part of Eddie last night. They walked him to get to Ozzie for the walk-off win. The 2-1 pitch. Nice curveball right there. Started about a foot off the plate and sizzled inside right there at the knees. Impressive pitch by Nola. Two and two. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And Rosario's down on strikes, but not before your Atlanta Braves put 2 on the board via the home run blast. Austin Riley's back, baby. We'll be back in a flash. It's 2-0 Atlanta.
Everybody's attention for 1 minute. It's something I need to say to everybody. And I am tired of living a lie. I need it to be known. I like fat women, and they like me. Anybody got a problem with that? Anybody? Big girls need love too, baby.
You get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. So much, I'm going to have to speed things up. You can get the Farmers Signal app, and that could get you up to 15% off your auto policy. That's just for using the app and driving like the normal speed limited hearing, full stop making lane change signaling human being you are. Get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. Start with a quote by calling 1-800-FARMERS.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Hey there, pal. First draft?
How can you tell?
Look, there's a few things you're going to want to know. Kickers go fast. You're going to take one early. And don't worry about running backs. You can always trade for one later.
Cool, thanks.
And one more thing. It's good to have you here. You're my friend.
Armchair.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
Everybody had a team. At Orting, Washington, the Fats took on the Leans. In Kansas, crowds watched the Mother Hubbards, men playing in women's clothing. Under guard at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, Geronimo's Chiricahua Apaches played ball against the U.S. Army and won. At some games, a keg of beer stood just to the side of third base for encouragement. Any man who made it to third was entitled to a dipper full.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. back to Braves Country Baseball. Your Atlanta Braves lead it 2-0 via the 2-run blast by Austin Riley, 459 feet if you're just joining us. Acuna led off with a ground ball out. Olsen got on with a single to right, and then Austin Riley blasted one into the seats. First pitch on the way from Dodd to Schwarber is a fastball at the edge, called for a strike. It's 0-1. Home plate umpire Gabe Morales, known for pretty generous strike zone east to west. The 0-1 pitch, down and away. It's 1-1. The 1-1 from Dodd deals in check swing strike. It's 1-2 off the edge of the plate. He's gone four seam, slider. See where he goes here. The 1-2, caught looking. He got caught watching the paint dry. Looking for the express. He got the local slider on the outer edge, and there's one away. NL home run champion of last year, and he's off to a toward home run start again. Low batting average, though. First pitch on the way to Real Muto is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Real Muto batting .276. The 0-1 on the way. Swung on. That ball is going to get dropped into left field. Down for a base hit. Rosario cuts it off. He fires it into the infield. Real Muto, one out single. Real Muto does have 7 stolen bases, so we got to keep an eye on that. Not just tonight, but in this series. So good piece of hitting there. And that'll bring up Alec Boehm. Alec Boehm still hasn't touched home plate. First pitch on the way is down below the knees, taken for a ball. It's 1-0. Boehm batting .264, 5 home runs, 35 RBI, a .710 OPS. The 1-0 pitch, swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep, and that's not coming back. Dodd laid in a tater there, and Boehm will take the grand tour. The game's tied up 2-2. Boehm got way too much of the plate. 91-mile-an-hour fastball, put it about belt high. 105 off the bat, 433 feet. Deepest part of the park. And just like that, the lead is gone. So we knew we were going to have to score some runs to beat these Phillies. We'll get back to work here. Brandon Marsh will come to the plate, lefty-lefty matchup. The first pitch to March is right there where he's been calling a strike. Didn't give it to him that time, and it's 1-0. The 1-0. Swing and a miss, slider down and away. It's 1-1. The 1-1 from Dodd. Swing and a miss, pulled the string on that one, outer edge. It's 1-2. If he can get that pitch working, that's going to be the one that's going to keep him in this game. Dodd really doesn't have that dynamic of a fastball. It tops out around 91, 92. So if he can't place it perfectly, that's going to be an issue. The 1-2 from Dodd, down below the knees, it's 2-2. It's what got him in trouble in the Sunday night game we did versus the Padres about a month ago. The 2-2 pitch, right there at the knee. Are you kidding me? Called for a ball. That was strike 3. Home plate umpire Gabe Morales blew that call. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Swinging, that ball's rifled back up the middle. So the blown call by Morales turns into a base hit. And it's 1 on and 1 out. So 1 on, 1 out. After giving up a 2-run shot, Sosa will come to the plate. On deck is the top of the order. First pitch on the way to Sosa is a strike right there at the knees. 0-1. Sosa batting .275 from the right side, 3 homers, 11 RBI, a .720 OPS. The 0-1 from Dodd, right there at top of the zone. Good pitch. It's 0-2. Dodd gets a sign from Murphy. Murphy leans inside and sets up. Swung on. That ball is popped up high in the sky into center field. Should be caught. It is. Harris has it, and there's 2 away. So that'll bring the top of the order. Bryson Stott to the plate. He's 0 for 1 with a fly out in the first. The 0-1 pitch off the plate. The first pitch on the way off the plate wide. It's 1-0. The 1-0 fastball slider, misses top of the zone. It's 2-0. So you got a 2-0 count on Stott. Trey Turner stands on deck. You got to go after him here. The 2-0 pitch off the plate wide, nibbling, and now it's 3-0. So Dodd has now worked himself into a jam. With Trey Turner on deck, though, he has struggled. It won't be long for Turner to come out of his slump. The 3-0 right there for a strike, and it's 3-1. Dodd looks back the runner, gets the sign from Murphy. The 3-1 swung on, and that ball is rifled into the gap. It's going to get down for a base hit. Harris has it off the wall, but Marsh is coming all the way around. Here comes the throw to the plate, but way late, and it's 3-2 Philly. Another fastball that he just laid in there. He's going to have to tighten that up because he's just giving batting practice out here to the Philly batters. That pitch was dead center in the middle of the plate on a 3-1 count. Not many Major League Baseball hitters are going to miss that one. So now you got a runner on second. Kranitz is coming out to talk to him. Probably giving him directions back to Gwinnett. Make sure that he knows the bus schedule. So Trey Turner is now at the plate. Lefty-righty matchup. Turner grounded out in the first inning. The first pitch on the way is way off the plate wide. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Check swing foul. Evens up the count at 1-1. Philadelphia 3, Atlanta 2. Top of the second inning, a high-scoring affair already. The 1-1. Fastball misses high and inside. It's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch swung on and banged foul towards third. Evens up the count at 2-2. So you got a 2-2 count, runner on second. 2 outs. Deuces wild in the top of the second. The 2-2. Swing, and that ball's grounded over towards Arcia. Arcia's got it. He fires it over to first, and it's a 6-3 put out to end the inning. But not before Philly grabs the lead. It's 3-2. Ozzie, Ozuna, and Arcia coming to the plate.
Hey, does Tay Diggs follow you on Twitter?
No, but Kraft Singles does.
Big news and the big games covered in the Big Ten by the Armchair Quarterbacks all year long.
Averaging just under 38 on 44 kicks this year. Nice high kick, got a little wind under it, and it runs Howard back. Look at that. Oh, my goodness. 1 man. Goodbye. Hello, Heisman.
Well, the ball is actually a little short of the 1 yard line now. It is 4th down, the final play, unless they can stick it in the end zone. Andre Johnson, Roscoe Parrish, and Kellen Winslow, and Dorsey under pressure. Throws it! Incomplete! The Buckeyes win!
They went to Hickman, and Penn State, well-timed blitz. LeVar Arrington, the All-America candidate, came across.
Well, it was a great athletic play by LeVar Arrington. As you see, he times his blitz very well, leaves his feet, and hits Hickman in the backfield.
Big Ten football covered in the Southeast by the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Hey, can I tell you one thing? That's 3 holding penalties on 1 football team in a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
Virginia, April 3rd, 1862. It is astonishing how indifferent a person can become to danger. A report of musketry is heard but a very little distance from us. Yet over there on the other side of the road is most of our company playing bat ball. And perhaps in less than half an hour, they may be called to play a ball game of a more serious nature. Frederick Fairfax, 5th Ohio Infantry.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail 3-2. Ozzie Albies coming to the plate. Righty-lefty matchup. Nola fires the first pitch, and it's a 92-mile-an-hour fastball on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Ozzie. Kicks and deals. Swing and a miss. Pulled the string on that one. It's 0-2. Ozzie Albies, a 775 OPS, 10 home runs, 32 RBI, a 254 average. The 0-2 pitch, high and outside, it's 1-2. So he's going fastball, cutter, fastball to start the at-bat. Ozzie with the open stance from the left side of the plate, the 1-2. Swing, and that ball's lifted high into left field, but not deep enough. It'll be caught just before the warning track for out number 1. Knuckle curve just got out in front of it. That'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Marcell Ozuna, who's really picked it up recently, batting .211, 9 home runs, 20 RBI, including the 2-run smash last night into the left center field seats. That would have been the game winner had Anderson been able to hold. First pitch on the way to Ozuna is a fastball strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. If you look at how Nola pitches right-handers, he lives on the outside. Now, he'll go inside every once in a while, but he pretty much lives on the outside, tries to get you to hit the other way. The 0-1. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into right field, going back on the track, over the wall. Marcell Ozuna, hold everything. That's a whopper. 387, 101 miles an hour off the bat. And it's 3-3. The Braves have tied it up. Another pitch to a right-hander where he's living on the outside. And Ozuna must have read that same scouting report because he stuck his foot in the ground and planted it over the wall. Just got over the wall, but it was far enough, and we're tied up. That'll bring Orlando Arcia to the plate, and the first pitch to Arcia is off the plate wide. Knuckle curve misses. It's 1-0. Good take by Arcia. 682 OPS, a 313 average, 4 home runs, 13 RBI. The 1-0 pitch off the plate wide, it's 2-0. If we get Riley and Ozuna really heating up, this offense could really take off for Atlanta. The 2-0 pitch on the way. Down and away, it's 3-0. So he's gone knuckle curve sinker and then went back to the knuckle curve. All 3 pitches to the right-hander on the right side of the plate. See what he dials up here at 3-0. And home plate umpire Gabe Morales is calling Arcia for time violation. So now it's a 3-1 count. The 3-1 pitch on the way to Arcia, down and away off the plate, but bad call by home plate umpire Gabe Morales again, and it's now a full count. That pitch was easily 2 to 3 inches down and away, and Morales blows another call. So we'll see if it costs the Braves. The 3-2 pitch to Arcia, swing and a miss, strike 3, and there's 2 away. I knew when I read the reports about Gabe Morales, home plate umpire, I knew we were going to be in for a sticky night. He's not one of the better ones in Major League Baseball behind the plate. I guess since Angel Hernandez has disappeared, he's decided to take his crown. So 2 outs, and that'll bring Michael Harris II to the plate. Harris got a base hit last night for the first time in a long time. The first pitch, Harris shows bunt but pulls it back. It's 1-0. Harris batting just 169, a home run, 5 RBI. Another bat we'd love to see start get going like he did last year. There were times last year where Harris was carrying the team. The 1-0 to Harris, swing, and that ball's fouled back out of play. It's 1-1. Mets lead the Cubs 1-0 early on. Keep you updated on all the scores. He's gone knuckle curve and 4-seam first 2 pitches, and the 1-1 pitch changeup misses. It's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch to Aaron Nola from Aaron Nola, swung on and banged foul down the first base line. It's 2-2. Tonight is Outcast night at the park, Truist Park. They had Malcolm Jamal Warner cover band playing Outcast music at, I think, 6 o'clock right outside the stadium. The same Malcolm Jamal Warner from The Cosby Show. I heard that this morning. I was like, wait, what? The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, just flailed at that one. And that's a strikeout. That'll end the inning. But not before the Atlanta Braves tie it up. It's 3-3. We head to 3 in hot Atlanta.
I was in the pool! I was in the pool! Bobby Bowden, you're the coach for me. Bobby Bowden, please stay in Tallahassee. Their fans used to joke and clown when Florida State would come to town. But they stopped laughing.
There are quite a few people here whose lives have somewhat changed overnight. They have blown up. They've got brand deals and money just being thrown at them left and right. And with that success, oftentimes they are accused of changing and selling out. And I want to be very clear about the type of person I am and will always be, because if and when that day comes, I want people to know that it has always been my goal to sell out, and you won't be able to talk to me, peasant. Anyway, still don't have a job. Armchair.
That is a Dave & Buster's Power Card. Yes. Now, does your Dave & Buster's card work at any other similar establishments, like, say, TGI Fridays? Mine does not. No, it does not. Believe me, I've tried it. Several locations. Okay, well, yeah, because if you recall, I've actually been with you on many of those occasions where you've tried. Right.
By the spring of 1861, there were 62 member clubs in the National Association of Baseball Players. Free blacks in northern cities had established their own teams, and Henry Chadwick was trying to start a baseball club in Richmond, Virginia, when the new season was suddenly interrupted.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies tied up at 3 apiece. And Atlanta will now face Bryce Harper, who's 1-for-1. See if Dylan Dodd can get it together. The first pitch on the way from Dodd is a strike at the knees on the outer edge. Good placement, good pitch by Dodd. It's 0-1. Dodd quickly back to work to wind up the pitch, the swing and a miss. Slider on the outer edge. Just off the plate, it's 0-2. 0-2 from Dodd. Winds up and lets it fly. Swing and pops it up high in the sky. Underneath it is Michael Harris. He'll make the catch for out number 1. I wouldn't know if this works across the board because I have not watched, I think I've watched 1, maybe 2 outings of Dodd when he was down in the minors, but when he pitched against Philadelphia and also against his first outing in St. Louis, is the first pitch on the way to Castellanos is down below the knees. It's 1-0. He seemed to be much more on point when he just gets the ball and lets it go again. Seems when he slows down his deliveries when he gets in trouble. The 1-0. Fastball. Come on, Morales. It's 2-0. That pitch was right there in the top of the zone. You can't ask for a better pitch. The 2-0. Swing, and that ball's fouled back out of play. It's 2-1. He's gone slider, fastball, fastball. Thanks for the update, Underwater. 1-1 in Chicago. Cubs have tied it up. The 2-1. Swing, and that ball's rifled down the left field line off the glove of Riley. He'll keep it in the infield, but that'll be an infield single for Castellanos. And there's 1 on and 1 out. He absolutely scorched that ball. That was every bit of 110 miles an hour off the bat. Pretty good play by Riley just to keep that in the infield and keep Castellanos just the 1 bag. Giving away Outcast bobbleheads tonight with the Braves game. The first pitch on the way to Schwarber is down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Right there at the knees, called for a strike. It's 1-1. Schwarber batting 169. 717 OPS, 24 RBI. He does have 12 home runs. The 1-1. Swing and a miss slider. Right over the plate, but down below the knees, it's 1-2. That slider appears to be his best pitch tonight. And if he can live on the outer edges with his fastball, he might be okay. The 1-2, they set up outside, down below the knees. It's 2-2. Tie game in Tallahassee, Lady Bulldogs and Lady Seminoles 1-1 in the third. The 2-2 pitch, down below the knees, taken all the way by Schwarber. It's 3-2. So after a couple of good sliders, he's flipped a couple in the dirt, and now he's down on a 3-2 count with 1 on, 1 out. Murphy sets up outside, swinging that ball's banged foul off the plate. Do it again at 3-2. All 6 pitches in this at bat have been sliders downstairs. 3 of them have been a little outside. The other 3 have been down over the plate. The 3-2, Dodd flips it over to first to try to keep Castellanos close by. We'll do it again. Dylan Dodd looks in. The 3-2 pitch and ball 4, slider. I mean, Murphy's got to know you can't call the same pitch to a major league hitter 7 pitches in a row. At some point, you got to change it up and down. So 2 on and 1 out, and now Real Muto comes to the plate. He's always a tough out, especially when you got a left-hander on the mound. Real Muto's already 1 for 1. Runners on first and second, 1 out, and the pitch is inside and hits him. So that takes care of that. Bases are loaded. So Dodd looking much like he did against San Diego at home. It's going to be difficult to keep a guy on the roster, but he pitches much better on the road. So what would you just call him up for spot starts on the road? I don't know what the answer is there. And then you'll eventually have to DFA him because you don't want him to pitch at home. So bases are now juiced. And Alec Bohm is at the plate. And the last time he came up, he planted one over the center field wall. On a wing and a prayer, the first pitch to Bohm is in the dirt. My God, nowhere near the plate. Almost hits Bohm. It's 1-0. Bases loaded, 1 out. I mean, at this point, you'd almost take a fly ball just to get to 2 outs. Stay away from the big inning. The 1-0 pitch. Swing. That ball's banged over to third. Riley's got it. Stands on the pillow and throws it home. Murphy makes the tag, and it's a double play. I think if the runner would have known, he would have slid. But probably he had no clue that Riley had stepped on third and it was going to have to be a tag play. So that'll end the inning. Mercifully, let's get some bats and get some runs.
All right, those first 2 were high and tight. So what do you think the next one's going to be? Either low and away or in my ear. He's not going to want to load the bases. So look for low and away. But watch out for in your ear.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Honest Ed's Used Cars, where every car we sell is backed by an ironclad guarantee that is so complete and comprehensive that we really don't see any need to put it in writing. And remember Honest Ed's motto, if any used car dealer anywhere in the country says he can sell you the same car cheaper than we will, then he's even a bigger liar than I am. And remember, if you'd like to learn one of life's most valuable secrets, just send $20 to the announcer in care of this station.
Armchair. For all you beginners out there, chip and putt. Everybody in golf that plays on a professional level can hit a driver. They can hit a 5-iron. They can hit a 6-iron. But it's 125, 150 yards in. That means a lot. Nobody ever talks about it. No guy that wins a golf tournament ever talks about, well, I hit that wedge from out of the rough from 100 and 22 yards and knocked it like this, got a gimme or whatever. But golf is all about 150 yards.
Sandberg hitting 327 now. The pitch. There it goes. Fly back. It might be. It could be.
Soldiers in both armies played ball whenever and wherever they could, just like boys, one of them remembered.
If there was any transforming incident in the history of baseball, as in the history of this country, it was the Civil War. Play in the 1840s and 50s was not for the middle class. It was not for the working class. It was reserved for so-called gentlemen. Play became democratic when it became portable. It became a people's game.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies were knotted up at 3, heading to the bottom of the third. The top of the order due up. Acuna, Olson, and Riley will grab the sticks. Ronald Acuna Jr. was down on 1 pitch last time. The first pitch on the way to Acuna this time lays it in there. Slider belt high for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from Nola. Lets it fly. Swing, and that ball's rifled into center field. Will it get down? It'll get down for a base hit, and Marsh is going to bobble the ball, which will allow Acuna to make it to second. So it should be a single with an E8. Essentially a leadoff double for your Atlanta Braves. Ball bounced and kind of spun towards Marsh. I think he was expecting it to be something he had to run down. Instead, it kicked towards him, came off his glove. Good bit of hustle by Marsh, kept it from being, I mean, if he hits that much harder, Acuna's at least on third. So that'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Olson's 1 for 1 with a single and a run scored. The first pitch to Olson is a fastball high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Braves 3, Phillies 3, bottom of 3. The 1-0 from Nola. He looks back the runner. Here it is, and it's down below the knees. Changeup misses. 86 off the black, and it's 2-0. Big boy from Outcast threw out the first pitch tonight. It wasn't terrible. I mean, you can definitely tell that he's a musician and not an athlete. But, I mean, I've seen a heck of a lot worse. The 2-0 pitch off the plate wide, 3-0. If you ever saw that one from 50 Cent, my word, it wasn't even in the same area code. So a 3-0 count to Olson. Standing on deck is Austin Riley. He's already planted one into the seats. The 3-0 pitch off the plate wide, ball 4. And Olson will head down to first. Runners on first and second, and nobody out. And here comes the rake. Austin Riley, last time up, hit a 450-foot plus home run that got us to 2-0. The Phillies are on a shift in the infield. So there's a pretty sizable hole to the right side. And Nola, who loves to live on the outside part of the plate, flips the first pitch up there. Knuckle curve, swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Nola steps off the rubber for a second, resets, gets ready. The 0-1 to Riley. Acuna's on the move, and he has got third base stolen. Kind of a close play, but the ball came out of Sosa's glove, so regardless, he was going to be safe. And Olsen makes it to second on the play as well. So a double steal. It was a delayed double steal with Olsen. Olsen of all people. What's funny about Olsen is that his feet were turned towards second before he ever started running. It almost looked like he was in a track position. No one thought that was odd. So runners on second and third, nobody out. The first pitch, the 1-1 pitch is a swing and a miss. Fastball on the outer edge. It's 1-2. One, two, your count, 2 on, nobody out. Riley just trying to get a run in here. The 1-2. Swing, and that ball's fouled back out of play. 93 top shelf. We'll do it again at 1-2. Braves 3, Phillies 3. Runners on second and third. The infield creeps in. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt. Ball 2. And it's a 2-2 count to Austin Riley. Update in the Super Regional. Florida State has taken a 4-1 lead over the Georgia Bulldogs in the women's softball championship playoffs. So a 2-2 count, 2 on. Deuces are wild in Atlanta. The pitch on the way, off the plate wide. Ball 3. A fastball that misses off the edge, and a full count to Austin Riley. Standing on deck is Murphy. So a 3-2 count. Pitch on the way, in the dirt, ball 4, and Riley, oh, come on. First base umpire Nate Tomlinson said that Riley went around. I don't know. I'll have to see that again. Looking at the, maybe. I don't know about that one. That's an iffy one right there. So he's rung up on strikes on a very iffy check swing call. Home plate umpires didn't acknowledge it. He checked down to first base, and it was the first base umpire that gave it. So that'll bring Murphy to the plate with 2 on. The first pitch is a swing and a miss strike. Knuckle curve got him out of his shoes. It's 0-1. Second and third, 1 out. A fly ball would get us the lead. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Chasing that knuckle curve again. It's 0-2. Sean Murphy, who lined out to center his first time up off a fastball, is now down 0-2 quickly after 2 knuckle curves. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him on the same pitch 3 pitches in a row. And out number 2. Murphy outmatched in that at bat. He was just flailing at that knuckle curve off the edge. So that'll bring Eddie Rosario up to the plate. Rosario, 0 for 1. The strikeout. Braves had runners on second and third, nobody out. Now 2 strikeouts. Going to need a base hit to try to cash in here. Righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way. In the dirt, and it gets away, and not far enough. Good job by Real Muto to just get in front of that. Probably kicked out 5 to 7 feet away from him, not nearly far enough for Acuna to try to make a dash. Infield is now back. And they're playing Rosario to pull. Pretty sizable gap in between second base and the second baseman to the right. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. 93 up top. It's 1-1. The 1-1 from Nola. They set up outside. Inside, swing and a miss. Knuckle curve. Corkscrewed into the ground. It's 1-2. Nola's really got that knuckle curve working. Dancing all over the place. And now he's up 1-2. A 1-2 pitch. Runners on second and third, 2 outs. Any kind of a bleeder would score too. The 1-2 on the way. The windup, the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And knuckle curve again. They can't hit it. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
You're a cop, huh? No, what I am, Sonny, is about 50 pounds heavier and one hell of a lot meaner, so you better straighten up your act. I don't think I like it.
It all starts with just one thing. Get to know your local beekeeper. You can make sure they don't use chemicals in the hive, that they only sell surplus honey, plus locally produced honeys have a smaller carbon footprint. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Fatigue makes cowards of us all. You can't play fatigued. Therefore, it's up to you to be in prime physical condition. I can't put you in physical condition. I can start you. You've got to keep yourself in prime physical condition because a fatigued player is a coward. He can't go 100%.
It is the American game. That's just what it is. And actually, it makes you, I'm 81, but I can feel like I'm 15 when I'm talking baseball. I'm watching baseball. This is it. It does this. It can do this to any man. It brings you back.
You've got the winning run on second base. You've got 3 very good outfielders ready to deploy their arms. A very good base runner in Dansby Swanson. One of the best closers to ever do it in the postseason on the hill. And Eddie Rosario, who is 3 for 4, he stands at the plate. And you can't pitch around him because Freddie Freeman, though he's been a little cold, stands on deck. So let's do it. Here's the first pitch from Jansen. He does that little shimmy on the mound, winds up, and the first pitch is swung on. It is rifle neck up the middle. It's going to score. It's going to Dansby Swanson. It's going to come around. It came off the glove. The Braves win. The Braves win. The Braves win. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies tied up at 3 in an old-fashioned shootout. Both teams squandered opportunities to take the lead in the third inning. Both were bailed out. The Braves got a double play engineered by Austin Riley down to home. And Nola struck out the side. So Dodd will go back to work, lefty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way to Brandon Marsh is a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Rocks and fires, fastball, fouls it back. It's 0-2. See, the Jacksonville Jaguars signed kicker Brandon McManus, formerly of the Denver Broncos, today. The 0-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high into left field. Making the catches, Steady Eddie, for out number 1. So one down. Dodd, by the way, at 63 pitches. First pitch on the way to Sosa, the number 9 hitter, swung on and grounded over to third. Riley's got it. He flips it to first, a 5-3 put out, and just like that, 2 up, 2 down. Let's go, Braves country. Top of the order due up, but now we got 2 outs. And the left-hander Stott coming to the plate. Stott is 1 for 2. Flied out to center in the first. In the second, he doubled to center, knocking in Marsh. First pitch to Stott is a fastball on the outer edge, not given the wide call. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Right there for a strike. Fastball about inner cut. Missed his target, but got the strike. Murphy was set up way outside. The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's fouled back out of play. It's 1-2. So he's gone four-seam changeup. A 1-2 count on the lefty. You'd think the slider would be due. The 1-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's grounded over to second. 4-3 put out. Got him on the slider. And that'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down. Ozzie, Ozuna, Arcia coming to the plate.
What kind of mortgage did you get?
10-year.
Well, 10 over 30, so 30-year total.
What?
10-year fixed, over 30, 30-year total.
Oh, 30 years.
Okay.
Wow, you'll be paying this off in your mid-70s.
All right. Hey, I got an idea. You know that extra bedroom? If the whole girlfriend thing never happens, that's where the nurse can live. Okay.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
So my boss told me I could start working from home a couple years ago. He just called me and asked if I can go to the office. I moved.
They have work to do, and they should be sleeping or eating, but they would rather do without sleep or without a square meal deliberately eaten than miss a minute of a ball game, even if they go on their night turn in the mill or factory, minus the rest that should be theirs.
Baseball has been a passion of immigrants because it is a way into the United States. It's a kind of citizenship perhaps more authentic than anything which can be on a piece of paper. Sometimes it was the youngster's rebellion against his father becoming less Polish, more American by taking up baseball. But it became an enormously important part of the American identity.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Ozzie Albies digs in from the left side of the plate, open stance. Ozzie Albies 0 for 1 with the fly out to left the first time up. So we get set for action here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Braves and Phillies tied up 3 apiece. The first pitch is a knuckle curve right there on the outer edge. It's 0-1. That's the pitch that got Ozzie out first time up. The 0-1 from Nola lets it fly. Swing and a miss. Changeup got him out in front. It's 0-2. Oh, 2 pitch from Nola Inside, fastball misses. It's 1-2. Nola now at 52 pitches on the evening. The 1-2 offering. Swing, and that ball's banged on the ground over to first. Bohm's got it. He steps on the bag for out number 1. One away, and Marcell Ozuna comes to the plate. Ozuna hit .357 his last 12 games with 12 RBI. 6 extra base hits, a 1090 OPS. Average now up to 218 after the home run his last time up. First pitch to Ozuna is a knuckle curve. Swung on and banged foul. It's 0-1. If you remember his first time up, they started him with the knuckle curve out there, and then they tried to sneak a fastball on the outer edge, and he leaned into it. Can't imagine he's going to get a fastball again here on the second pitch, but you never know. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball misses outside. It's 1-1. Don't know if that was by design or not, being off the plate, but that's essentially the same pitch. Kind of hard to believe they went back to it. The 1-1 pitch. Knuckle curve. Good take by Marcell. It's 2-1. The 2-1 from Nola. Lets it go. Knuckle curve wide. 3-1. So a 3-1 pitch. All 4 pitches have been on the outside part of the plate. Looks like Nola's willing to let him go. The 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Change up on the outer edge. It's 3-2. So a full count to Marcell Ozuna. He calls for time. Back to the action. The 3-2. The windup, the pitch. In the dirt, ball 4. Good take by Ozuna. Tried to get him to chase that knuckle curve. It was well in front of the plate. There's 1 on, 1 out. And Orlando Arcia coming to the dish. Orlando Arcia 0 for 1 on the night. Struck out swinging his first time up back in the second inning. The first pitch on the way is a fastball off the plate, and that one's called a wide strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Arcia. Down below the knees. It's 1-1. Arcia with 4 home runs on the year, an 873 OPS. Righty-righty matchup. The 1-1. Swing, and that ball's banged off the plate. Ground foul towards third base, and it's 1-2. First game of a 4-game series with the Philadelphia Phillies. 7:20 tomorrow night. We'll bring you the call pitch by pitch. And Saturday, it's an early game, 4:10 Eastern. The 1-2 to Arcia. The wind-up swing of that ball is hit down the right field lines. Got to get down for a base hit. Castellanos cuts it off, but up before Ozuna goes first to third. And we've got runners on the corners, one out. And Michael Harris II coming to the plate. Good piece of hitting by Arcia. It was almost like a slice type of swing. He served it down the right field line. Pretty good play by Castellanos, actually, to keep that from going to the wall. I thought it had a chance. Phillies are going to have a powwow on the pitching mound. Talk about how they want to attack Michael Harris. So you got runners on the corners and one out. And Michael Harris at the plate, which means Ronald Acuna Jr. is on deck. So you got the righty-lefty matchup. There's no way they're pitching around him to get to Acuna. So Harris ought to get something to hit here. The meeting is over. And we're back to the action. Harris, who's 0 for 1 on the night. Runners on the corners, one out. The first pitch on the way. High swing, and that ball is roasted foul down the left field line. Out of play. And it's 0-1. The 0-1 to Harris. They set up outside. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into left field, going back on the track. Making the catch is Schwarber. Ozuna is going to tag up. He'll score, and it's 4-3 your Atlanta Braves. No chance for Arcia to tag up, so he stays at first. The throw came in straight to second base. Schwarber had no chance to throw out Ozuna, so he threw it to second to make sure Arcia wouldn't get in the scoring position. So Harris got the job done. He'll get the RBI on the sac fly. And that'll bring up Acuna. Ronald Acuna Jr. is 1 for 2 on the night. The first pitch to Acuna is a knuckle curve off the plate, and they call that a strike, and Acuna shaking his head. I don't blame him. He's been really random when he's been giving that wide strike to the right-handers. They set up outside again, the 0-1 pitch. Down and away and out of the zone, it's 1-1. Sure, not telling them anything that they don't already know, but it seems like the right-handers don't really have to worry about the pitch coming inside. Just dive over the plate and send it to right field. The 1-1 swing, and that ball's grounded over towards short. It's going to be an easy 6-4 put out to end the inning. But not before Atlanta grabs the 1-0, the 1-run lead. We lead it 4-3 heading to the top of the fifth.
She left me. She left me, Dad.
I'm sorry.
After all we've been through.
I don't know what...
I trusted her.
I know, buddy.
And she left me.
I know.
This hurts so bad.
I know.
And it's like she doesn't even care.
Listen, Amy is only... Yeah, Amy. Who are you talking about?
My Uber driver. This heifer left talking about I'm taking too long. I said, bitch, I'm on my...
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. The Pirates won a game while getting no hit because of 3 walks and a fielder's choice. It's the first time since 2008 that a team has won without recording a hit. In the late 90s, higher-ups for the Red Sox wanted to replace Fenway Park with a sports megaplex. The new Fenway Park would have been next to the New England Patriots Stadium, but an agreement failed to be reached. Nick Markakis used to hold the record for most consecutive games without committing an error, but Robbie Grossman of the Detroit Tigers played his 401st game in a row without an error, setting the new record.
It all starts with just one thing. Get to know your local beekeeper. You can make sure they don't use chemicals in the hive, that they only sell surplus honey, plus locally produced honeys have a smaller carbon footprint. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Ranch Ricky graduated from Ohio Wesleyan University, struggled as a catcher for a few years in the major leagues, got a law degree but failed to drum up any clients, gratefully returned to baseball, working for the St. Louis Browns, one of the poorest teams in the majors. He moved up quickly within the organization, scout, club secretary, and in 1913, manager. Ricky was a genius at making do with less. He approached his job scientifically, introducing unusual calisthenics, batting cages, and sliding pits.
No ball player can learn to steal bases by practicing sliding into sand pits. I wouldn't ask a veteran to slide into a pit. I don't think much of this theory stuff. Miller Huggins.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Yes, indeed, Robert. Sunday is a night game. We got a night game tonight, 4:10 Eastern on Saturday, 7:20 on Friday. I should have let off with that. 7:20 tomorrow, 4:10 on Saturday, and 7:08-ish on Sunday. And then Monday's game, Memorial Day, is an 8 o'clock first pitch out west. First pitch on the way from Dodd to Turner is a bender right there at the knees, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swing, and that ball's popped up high in the sky. Underneath it is Harris. He'll make the catch, and there's one away. Top of the 5th inning here on Braves Country Baseball. About time to turn back time here on Braves Country Baseball. On this date, 1910, in the nightcap of a twin bill in Chicago, Jack Coombs' scoreless streak ends at 53 innings during a 5-2 loss in a game shortened by darkness. A's right-hander will throw 13 shutouts in 38 games. He starts and will finish the season 31-9 with a 1.3 ERA. First pitch on the way to Bryce Harper swung on, and that ball's belted high. It's gone. A hanger, and it's tied up in Atlanta 4-4. Bryce Harper took the hanging slider out of the building. Pitch is about belt high. Essentially a batting practice pitch. And he sent it into the deep right field seats. Just short of the chop house. And it's 4-4. Castellanos takes a hack at the first pitch and swing and a miss. Strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Castellanos. Rocks and fires down below the knees. It's 1-1. Castellanos 1 for 2. Single in the third. The 1-1 pitch swing, and that ball's sliced foul out of play. It's 1-2. Braves 4, Phillies 4. Top of the 5th. Time called by Castellanos. The 1-2. Swing, and just got a piece of that, grounds it foul towards the Phillies dugout over on the third base side. We'll do it again at 1-2. The 1-2 from Dodd, way off the plate wide. Changeup missed. It's 2-2. Two. Dodd looks in and lets it go. Swing, and that ball sliced foul out of play. Do it again at 2-2. Dodd at 77 pitches. It's his third time through the order. He's going to be close to the end of his rope. The 2-2. Swung on and missed strike 3. Pulled the string on that one. Changeup got him. And there's 2 away. So 2 outs. Real quick on the scoreboard, Orioles lead the Yankees 1-0 in the 5th. Tigers over the White Sox 5-2 in the 7th. Giants and Brewers are scoreless. First pitch on the way from Dodd to Kyle Schwarber is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Mets over the Cubs 4-1 in the 4th. Earlier today, Cardinals beat the Reds. Rays beat the Jays. The 0-1 pitch down below the knees. It's 1-1. Padres beat the Nationals 8-6. And Rockies walked off the Marlins. Athletics and Mariners still to start. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. It's 1-2. Time called by Schwarber. You got a 1-2 count from Dodd. Murphy gives the sign, sets up outside. The wind up the pitch. Did he go around? They're going to check down the third base line. Arizona says he did not go, and it's 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. Wind up and got him looking. Strike 3. And that'll end the inning. So gives up the homer, but then 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash. The heart of the Braves order coming to the plate.
Usually when somebody invites me over to their house and I drive by and see more than 3 cars, I just usually go on home because I kind of feel like it could be an intervention.
MLB teams are required to apply a small dab of mud to the 13 dozen baseballs used during a standard MLB game. Every team has been muddying baseballs since the 1950s, and they've used only one special type of mud, magic mud, found on the Delaware River in New Jersey, that provides the perfect grip. That mud has been harvested by one family for nearly 80 years. The mud takes 6 weeks to harvest and process. And the best part, only the Bentliff family knows the exact location of the magic mud.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. On Clayton Kershaw's first start of the season, he threw 7 perfect innings before being pulled by manager Dave Roberts. It was the first time in MLB history that a starter was pulled from a perfect game after 7 innings while throwing 80 or fewer pitches. I mentioned that Joey Votto had never popped up to the pitcher over his entire career. But on April 7th, Votto swung at an up-and-in fastball and popped up to the pitcher for the very first time. Nico Horner didn't hit a home run in 2020 or 2021. Corbin Burns didn't allow an extra base hit on a slider at all in 2021. But the first homer of 2022 was by Nico Horner off of Corbin Burns' slider.
Soldiers played ball in camps and on battleships, on fields in Flanders, and in hastily constructed ballparks throughout France. Grover Cleveland Alexander served in the trenches with an artillery unit and emerged from the fighting shell-shocked, his hearing damaged, drinking more heavily than ever to forget the horrors he had seen. Though Branch Rickey was 36 and had 4 children, he went to war too, became a major, and commanded a unit that included Captains Ty Cobb and Christy Mathewson. Cobb and Mathewson did not get to France until after the shooting stopped. But during a drill, Mathewson was exposed to poison gas that fatally seared his lungs. He would live for 7 more years, but his great career was over.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves tied up with the Philadelphia Phillies. The heart of the order due up for Atlanta. Matt Olson coming to the plate. Olson, Riley, and Murphy due up to face Nola for the third time through. Olson, 1-for-1 with a walk. He singled to right in the first and scored off the Austin Riley home run. First pitch on the way to Olson is swing and a miss. Fastball on the outer edge. It's 0-1. On this date in 1922, after being called out for trying to stretch a single into a double, Babe Ruth throws dirt into the eyes of an umpire. Goes after a heckler in the stands. As the 0-1 pitch on the way from Nola misses high, it's 1-1. After going after a heckler in the stands, and finishes his tirade by standing on the dugout roof, calling the crowd yellow cowards. These actions will result in just a 1-game suspension and $200 fine. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Fastball at the knees, over the plate, it's 1-2. Bambuto would also lose his captain status that he held for just a week. 1-2 pitch. Olson calls for time. JT sets up outside. The 1-2 swing, and that ball is grounded over towards second. Should be an easy play. Stott flips it over to Baum, and it's a 4-3 putout. 1 away. On this date in 1981, joining Ty Cobb, Stan Musial, Hank Aaron, and Carl Yastrzemski. Carl Yastrzemski becomes the 4th major leaguer to appear in 3,000 games. Yaz makes it memorable by scoring the winning run in the Red Sox 8-7 win over Cleveland. The first pitch on the way to Riley is a hanger, and that ball is blasted high. It's going deep. It's going back, back, back. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. A solo shot, 458 happy feet, 111 miles an hour off the bat of Austin Riley, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 1-run lead yet again. Holy cow. Holy cow. What a home run. First pitch on the way to Murphy is called for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Down below the knees, it's 1-1. One pitch. Right there, swing and a miss strike, 86 miles an hour. It's 1-2. Braves lead at 5-4. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Off the plate wide. That one called a ball. It's 2-2. Lady Bulldogs trail the Seminoles 6-1, bottom of the 5th in the Super Regional. The 2-2 off the plate wide, ball 3, 3-2. So a full count to Murphy now. Good job by Murph to work it back in his favor. Eddie Rosario stands on deck. The 3-2 pitch, Swing, and that ball's rifled down into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit. A 1-out single. You got to figure this has got to be close to the end of the line for Nola. Only at 80 pitches, but Braves are really tattooing him third time through the lineup. Coming out to talk to Nola as Eddie Rosario comes to the plate. Looks like they're still going to stick with him. Phillies have had a couple of high-scoring games. I was looking at it past few days, so they've really gone through their bullpen, so they're probably expecting Nola to pitch through this, I guess. Phillies will go back to defense. They're in the shift. Runner on first, 1 out. The first pitch to Rosario is a swing and a miss strike. Piped a fastball in there on him. 92 on the inner cut. It's 0-1. The 0-1 on the way. Swing and grounded over towards first. Play by Baum. He fires it over to second. Catch is made. They're going to try to relay it back to first, but Rosario beats the throw. So Turner, kind of a bad throw. Turner had to lean for the ball and then throw off his back foot. By the time all that transpired, Rosario had beat it down the line. So Rosario will trade places. He'll stand on first. Murph will go to the bench. And Ozzie Albies comes to the plate. Ozzie waits the first pitch. They're going to flip it over to Rosario at first, keep him close by. Start it up again. On this date, 1983, in the third inning of eventual 6-0 loss to the Braves, Pirates starter Jim Bibby, as the first pitch on the way to Ozzie's down low, misses. It's 1-0. And reliever Jim Wynn combined to walk 7 consecutive batters to tie a major league record from way back in 1909 with Senator Southpaw Dolly Gray, who would only win 15 games in his career. The 1-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted down the left field line. Just foul. And it's 1-1. That was on this date in 1983 at Fulton County Stadium. Imagine that, 7 walks in a row. Not just the starter, but then you bring the reliever in and he keeps walking them. And that's your turn back time for May 25th in Major League Baseball. The 1-1 to Ozzie. Swing, and that ball's banged off the plate, foul. Just underneath him, and it's 1-2. Braves 5, Phillies 4. If you're just joining us, the scoring has come early and often. The 1-2 pitch to Ozzie. Swing, and that ball's hit into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Eddie Rosario is going to go from first to third. So we've got runners on the corners and 2 outs. And here comes that man, Marcell Ozuna. Ozzie put it where they ain't, is they had him on a hard shift. If the second baseman's anywhere close to where you typically stand. That's an easy 4-3 put out. So that'll bring Ozuna righty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's ripped up the middle, but it's going to be caught by Stott. He'll flip it over to first, and it's a 4-3 put out right into the shift. That'll end the inning, but not before the Braves grab a 1-run lead. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
One thing I've learned about being on a job site, if you're the one that walks around the fastest, they'll think you're the most productive.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. A minor league prospect got cut from the Yankees for a very weird reason. Jake Sanford was recently released from the Yankee system for allegedly stealing his teammates' equipment and selling it online. He's also alleged to have promised fans autographed items and never delivering. Sanford was picked in the third round of the 2019 draft by the Yankees as an outfielder. He was given a $600,000 signing bonus, making the alleged theft even more weird. According to anonymous teammates, Sanford would repeatedly hound them for their equipment or would just take it from their locker. A rumor for this behavior is that Sanford may have had gambling debts.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Hitting alone will not win ball games. I want speed on my team, and I also want every man on the squad to know how to slide. I intend to have my players taught how to run. I don't say we will win any pennants, but I do think that my systematic training will be laying the foundation of a pennant winner. If this is theory, it is blamed good practical theory. Branch Rickey.
He was Leonardo in baseball. He did everything. He was artist and scientist and genius of a million kinds. He invented the farm systems. He devised ways of playing the game and of training players that had never before been considered.
Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. If you're just joining us, Austin Riley has had himself a night so far. He's hit 2 home runs. The third and fourth longest of his career, a 459-foot and a 458-foot home run. The Braves lead it by 1. Here comes Kirby Yates out of the bullpen. Yates fires the first pitch up there, and it's high and away. It's 1-0. Braves 5, Phillies 4. Yates in 17 appearances with a 3.78 ERA. The 1-0 pitch is swung on and popped up into center, making the catch is Harris, and there's 1 away. So 1 down, and Brandon Marsh comes to the Alec Bohm comes to the plate. Bohm, righty-righty matchup. The first pitch is a 93-mile-an-hour fastball, dotted the outside of the plate. It's 0-1. The 0-1 inside, 87-mile-an-hour slider misses. It's 1-1. Dylan Dodd finished with 5 hits allowed, 4 earned runs, 3 strikeouts, a walk, and 7 hits. The 1-1 swing, and that ball's grounded foul towards third. Splitter got him out in front. It's 1-2. Bohm asked for time. The 1-2 from Yates. 1 out. Pitch on the way inside, misses, and it's 2-2. So he's gone 4-seam, splitter, 4-seam. The 2-2 on the way. Swing and fouls it back out of play. It's 2-2. Alec Bohm 1 for 2 with a 2-run home run in the second in a seesaw battle. We'll go over the scoring here in a second. The 2-2 pitch off the plate wide, 93, misses. It's 3-2. Riley led it off in the first with a 2-run home run in the bottom of the first. Bohm tied it up. 3-2 pitch swung on, and that ball's going to get dumped into right field for a 1-out single for Alec Bohm, his second hit of the night. Bohm, with Real Muto on, hit a 2-run shot in the second, and then Stott hit a double to score Marsh. Philly led it 3-2, heading to the bottom of the second. Ozuna hit his 10th of the year, tying it up at 3 apiece. In the bottom of the fourth, as the first pitch to Marsh is grounded foul over towards the first base dugout, it's 0-1. The bottom of the fourth, Michael Harris II hit a sac fly to left, which scored Ozuna from third, giving the Braves a 4-3 lead. Then to follow that up in the fifth, the 0-1 from Yates, runner on first, 1 away. Wind up pitch, swing, and that ball's fouled out of play. It's 0-2. Bryce Harper hit a home run in the top of the fifth to make it 4-4, and then the Braves answered in the bottom of the fifth to make it 5-4, and that's where we stand here a half inning later in the top of the sixth. Braves clinging to a 1-run lead with 1 out, 1 on. The 0-2 pitch, righty-lefty matchup, the wind up delivering. It's off the plate wide. It's 1-2. Yates has started Marsh off with 2 splitters, then tried to finish him off with the fastball, but the fastball missed the plate wide. Pickoff attempt over to first. Almost got Bohm dancing the wrong way. Just got under the tag. A back swipe tag from Olsen. Just beat it. So 1 on, 1 out, the 1-2. The windup from Yates. Lets it fly. Fastball misses just inside. It's 2-2. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Down below the knees. Ball 3-2. So after getting ahead, he's now fallen behind 3-2. Three-two count to Marsh. Runners going. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And did they get him? They got him. A strike him out, throw him out, double play. Alec Bohm still hasn't touched the bag. We'll be back in a flash.
You think you have it bad right now? Well, here's a little perspective. Caitlin from Instagram is super tired from leg day.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. In 1979, the Yankees introduced a mascot named Dandy. He was a pinstriped bird with a Yankees hat and a mustache. 3 years after Dandy was created, the Yankees decided to discontinue the mascot and destroyed the costume with an industrial shredder. Tom Brady initially retired on February 1st before unretiring 40 days later on March 13th. Carlos Beltran was briefly the Mets manager from November 1st, 2019 before stepping down 76 days later on January 16th. This means that Carlos Beltran was the Mets manager longer than Tom Brady was retired.
September 6, 1918. Far different from any incident that has ever occurred in the history of baseball was the great moment of the first World Series game between the Chicago Cubs and the Boston Red Sox. As the crowd of 19,274 spectators stood up to take the afternoon yawn, the band broke forth to the strains of the Star-Spangled Banner as the ball players turned quickly about and faced the music. And when the final notes came, a great volume of melody rolled across the field. The onlookers exploded into thunderous applause.
The wartime crowd sang so enthusiastically that the performance was repeated at every game of the series. From then on, the song was an integral part of the national pastime. It did not become the official national anthem until 1931. The Red Sox won the World Series that year, beating the Chicago Cubs 4-2. One of the series' stars was the young pitcher Babe Ruth, who had won both his starts, including a masterful 1-0 shutout. It was Boston's 4th World Championship in the decade.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. So they called it a strike him out, throw him out, and then they ended up saying that it was not. In the very next play, Sosa grounded in to a fielder's choice. So any way you look at it, the Braves got out of the inning. I'm not sure if I agree with the call, but that's where it is, and we're now at break waiting for the Braves to grab the bats. It'll be Arcia, Harris, and Acuna. What you see on the screen there is an update on Max Fried. I saw the question, so I went ahead and got an update from Yahoo Sports, and this is what they had up there, so I went ahead and copied and pasted it up there. Move that out of the way. So that'll bring Orlando Arcia to the plate. Nola's going to go back out there. First pitch from Nola is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. They've been saying all along that Fried would end up being out till about the All-Star break. And the reason why is first pitch on the way is misses for a ball 1-0. The 1-0 is right there for a strike taken all the way. It's 1-1. The reason why it's going to take so long, he just started a throwing program. So we're sitting, late May. The 1-1 foul back out of play. It's 1-2. So they essentially shut him down, and he's having to start all over again. So he'll start a throwing program, and it's essentially what you're looking at. All-Star break is about 6 to 7 weeks away. And it's going to take him about a month to get back in. So I kind of suspect he'll be back just before the All-Star break, but they may end up really slow playing it as the 1-2 is in the dirt and it's 2-2. They might really slow play it and just wait, because a lot of times what they do is they think, what's the point of bringing back a guy back for 1 or 2 starts before the All-Star break? Just let him chill. But it really just depends on how he's progressing. The 2-2 swing, and that ball's fouled off the leg of Arcia. He's down. I think he's going to be okay. Just needs a second to regain his ball. Bounced right into his ankle. It's right there where the padding is. So I think that saved him, but it still doesn't feel good. That's the last thing we need now. Having a hard enough time get guys out. We can't. We do not need to lose Arcia. So a 2-2 count to reset. The wind up, the pitch, swing, and just got a piece of it to stay alive. It's 2-2. Philly does have Dominguez warming up in the bullpen. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swing, and grounds it over towards short, charging, making the play his turn. He'll flip it over to first. And Arcia is out. The 6-3 put out. Plenty of time. We know Arcia doesn't run that well. And there's one away. Tallahassee Regional, Super Regional, in the college championship. Lady Seminoles lead the Lady Bulldogs 8-1. That game is in the 6th. And in the NBA, Boston leads Miami by 15 in the second quarter. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris is a swing and a foul back out of play. It's 0-1. Get you caught up on the scoreboard around Major League Baseball. Mets lead the Cubs 5-1, bottom of the 5th. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled away. It's 0-2. Giants 1-0 over the Brewers. That game is in the 5th. Orioles 1-0 over the Yankees in the 7th. And the Tigers lead the White Sox 5-2. The 0-2 pitch swung on, grounded foul over towards first. We'll do it again at 0-2. The 0-2 pitch on the way in the dirt. Good take by Michael. Oh, come on. I mean, a half-hearted check swing, if that. And Iasona, who I've never been a fan of behind the plate, he rings him up. Take a look at this again. I mean, come on. That is a terrible call by Iasona. So Dan Lasagna blows the call down the third base line. And that'll bring Acuna to the plate. Acuna 1 for 3. First pitch swung on, and that ball is hit into center field, but right at Marsh, and Adam Ball will be out number 3. We'll head to the top of the 7th inning. Braves clinging to a 1-run lead. The top of the Philadelphia order coming to the plate.
What did you say to your old teammates at the end there when you were standing in front of the bench?
Take their ass home. Long flight to LA. Take y'all ass home.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. How were blue check marks on Twitter partially caused by a baseball manager? Hall of Famer Tony La Russa, when he was managing the Cardinals in 2009, a La Russa impersonator posted something on Twitter that made Tony pretty mad. The troll tweeted, "Lost 2 out of 3, but we made it out of Chicago without one drunk driving incident or dead pitcher." The tweet referenced La Russa's DUIs, as well as Darryl Kyle and Josh Hancock, who were 2 Cardinals pitchers who had recently died. The tweet was very offensive, and La Russa, who actually has a law degree, ended up suing Twitter. The case was eventually dropped, but as a result, Twitter introduced verification badges to make sure that the accounts with them were genuine.
It all starts with just one thing. Get to know your local beekeeper. You can make sure they don't use chemicals in the hive, that they only sell surplus honey, plus locally produced honeys have a smaller carbon footprint. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
In 1900, the Giants had taken a huge risk and traded their greatest pitcher, Amos Rusi, for a 19-year-old rookie. Rusi had 245 wins behind him, and as it turned out, none ahead of him. The Hoosier Thunderbolt went back to digging ditches in Indiana. The rookie had no major league wins when he joined the team, but he had 373 ahead of him. His name was Christy Mathewson.
Matty was without a peer. He had a greater variety of stuff than any pitcher I ever knew or handled. His fastball was the equal of Walter Johnson or Amos Rusi's. He had the fadeaway down to perfection, and he utilized his knowledge of batsmen with greater effect than any twirler in the game. He possessed wonderful control, remarkable fielding ability, and was one of the finest sportsmen the game has ever known.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves and Philadelphia Phillies are now turning to their bullpens. AJ Minter will come in for Kirby Yates. Minter set to face the top of the order. Two lefties. If he can get them 1, 2, 3. The first pitch to Stott, who's 1 for 3, is a cutter right there, top of the zone. Good pitch by Minter. It's 0-1. If you're wondering how these bullpens rank in Major League Baseball this year, ERA, the 0-1 pitch swing, and that ball's hit down the line. It's 0-2. They're both about middle of the pack. Philly with a slightly better bullpen than Atlanta. Philly has a 3.95 ERA. Braves with a 4.05. The 0-2 pitch swung on and 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Fouls it straight back. It's 0-2. Philly and Atlanta both with 12 saves. The number that jumps out at me is the 0-2 pitch. Check swing. I was about to say, if you ring up Harris, you got to ring up Stott. He doesn't like it, but welcome to the club, buddy. There's one away. The number that jumps out at me when you look at the bullpens is Philadelphia has a 1.38 whip, which is near the top. Atlanta is more in the is in the top 10 with a 1.24. That may not sound like a big difference. First pitch on the way to Turner is a swing and a miss strike, 96 on the outer edge. It's 0-1. But it makes the difference on how much traffic is on the bases late in the game. The 0-1 pitch swung on, and that ball is lifted high and deep into right field, going back on the track at the wall. Making the catch is Ronald Acuna Jr. just in front of the Coca-Cola sign, and there's 2 away. As far as home runs given up, the Braves have given up more home runs. 22 versus Philadelphia's 18. And the Braves have struck out 196. Is the first pitch on the way to Bryce Harper is a swing and a miss strike. Fastball on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Philadelphia struck out 210. The 0-1 pitch bunts it right down the line, and that's going to be an infield single for Harper. He gets on. Good piece of hitting by Bryce Harper. And there's 1 on with 2 away. And now Minter set to face Castellanos if they decide to keep with Minter. They could go to the pen. He has faces 3 batters. Looks like they're going to leave him in. The other number that jumps out at you in the Braves' favor, they have walked 57. Philly has walked 87. The first pitch on the way to Castellanos is dribbled through the middle in between second and short, and Harper's at third. Runners on the corners with 2 outs. Just a seeing eye single. I think Minter probably should have had that. I think Minter thinks he should have had it. He was a comebacker, and he stuck his glove out, and the ball just hopped over his glove. So runners on the corners and 2 outs, and now Schwarber comes to the plate. So you got the lefty-lefty matchup, but this is Kyle Schwarber with 12 home runs, the home run leader from last year. So dangerous spot. I'd say come hell or high water, this is Minter's last batter. His on deck is Bohm, the right-hander. The first pitch on the way is a called strike on the outer edge. Good pitch by Minter, and it's 0-1. Braves 5, Phillies 4. The 0-1 pitch down below the knees, and it's 1-1. He's gone cutter. First 2 pitches, both on the outside, 1 down, 1 up. The 1-1 from Minter, swinging that ball's hammered down the right field line. That's going to be a tie ball game up against the wall. Minter gives up the shot, and Castellanos comes home, and they're going to say he's safe. Close play at the plate. I'd like to take a look at that again. Right now, Philly has taken a 1-run lead. Acuna should have thrown it down. I don't know what he was doing. He's trying to throw over to second. He should have thrown it down to first. It's a bad decision by Ronald Acuna Jr. Bit of a hot dog play. He was trying to throw out Schwarber at second, and in doing so, he gave Castellanos an opportunity to score. Finally, we get I think he's out. Oh, he's out. He's out. And if this is another Alec Bohm one again, where he never touches the plate and they give him the run. They showed the replay a few times, and Murphy's glove hits the left leg of Castellanos before he's ever close to the plate, and then sweeps in and hits his knee before his left leg ever touches the plate. He's out. There is no way that he beat that throw. But we all remember, or at least most of us do, that Sunday night game against Philadelphia a couple of years ago where Bohm's foot never touched home plate. And because the call on the field was blown, they gave him the run. But he's out. In fact, Castellanos knows it. He's sitting over there. He's got that look like the kid that's been sent to his room. But even if they don't give him the first one, it's been reviewed and he is out. So that'll end the inning. Bad news, game tied. Good news is we're not trailing. We'll be back in a flash. Get up and stretch, Braves country.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. A one, a two, a three.
Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown through every stew. Casey Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show. But Miss Kate said So I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home all game.
Casey saw all the games, knew the players by their first name, told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys he knew, he made the gang sing this song.
Me out with the ball game. Me out with the crowd. I don't care if I never get back.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies. I mean, you talk about a seesaw battle in a division rivalry. It doesn't get much better than this one. So now it's the Braves' turn to take their hacks here in the bottom of the 7th. Dominguez comes on. Sir Anthony Dominguez. Now, he was unhittable last postseason, but he's got a 4.26 this season. The first pitch from Dominguez, a 97-mile-an-hour fastball right down the pipe. It's 0-1. Matt Olson 0 for 2 with a single, a walk, a home run, a stolen base. The 0-1. Swing and fouls it off JT Realmuto's catcher's mask. He's going to need a second to recalibrate there. Realmuto now set behind the plate. The 0-2 pitch. Fastball misses high, 97. It's 1-2. It's a final in Tallahassee. Florida State beats Georgia in the first game of the Super Regional. The 1-2 misses outside. It's 2-2. That's a best of 3 series. Super Regionals just got going. Oregon and Oklahoma State are playing right now. 8 games scheduled for tomorrow. The 2-2. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into center field. Making the catch on the wall as Marsh slams into the wall. And there's one away. Olson gave that one a ride. If it's a little more over, I don't think he's able to catch up with it. Marsh got a good jump on it. There's one away. Austin Riley, 2 for 3 with 2 home runs. First pitch is a swing and a hack. 98 at the knees. It's 0-1. Riley hit a 2-run home run in the first. A solo shot in the 5th. The 0-1 swing, and that ball's fouled back out of play. It's 0-2. The 0-2 to Riley. High and out of the zone, 98 miles an hour. About eye high over the plate. It's 1-2. Braves 5, Phillies 5, bottom of the 7th, 1 out. The 1-2 just misses. I don't know how Riley stayed off of that one. 98, I mean, just missed the top of the zone. On the outer edge, it's 2-2. If he rang him up there, you couldn't complain with 2 strikes. The 2-2. Oh, got him that time. Strike 3, 97. If the one on the outside wasn't in the zone, then that one had to be. There's 2 away. I don't think he went around. I think that was being called inside edge. So Murphy comes to the plate 1 for 3, and he takes a hack at the first pitch, 98 miles an hour, and it's 0-1. Dominguez was so good down the stretch in last October. There was talk about him being the closer this year. The 0-1 pitch off the plate wide, 90 mile an hour slider. It's 1-1. Standing on deck is Rosario. The 1-1 swing and fouls it straight back, 98. It's 1-2. Braves 5, Phillies 5, bottom of the 7th, 2 outs. A 1-2 count to Sean Murphy. The 1-2 down below the knees. It's 2-2. 98 misses. Bottom of the order will be due up for the Phillies in the top of the 8th. The 2-2 swing and fouls it straight back. Do it again at 2-2. Sean Murphy has came really close. 2 or 3 of these swings here where you could tell he's just missing the timing, just missing it. The 2-2 on the way, swing and a miss, strike 3, 97 miles an hour, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We'll head to the top of the 8th. The 6, 7, and 8 batters coming to the plate for Philly.
You saying you want a piece of me?
I can drop you like a bag of dirt.
You want a piece of me? You got it!
Ryan Sandberg stepping in to lead it off against Danny Cox. Sandberg walked his first time. Last time up, he grounded out third to first. 1 ball and 1 strike. Swung on, fly ball, left center field. That sends Coleman back, and that ball is gone. Home run for Ryan Sandberg. He hit it into the basket, and that gets the Cubs on the scoreboard with their first hit of the afternoon. Ryan Sandberg's first home run of the year.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Denton True Young was an ungainly, out-of-place farm boy when he came to the Cleveland Spiders in 1890. Even his teammates took to calling him Cy, short for Cyrus, because he seemed so countrified. But Cy Young held the Chicago White Stockings to just 3 hits to win his first game, and then went on to win 510 more before he was through, a record never even approached by any other pitcher.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies tied up at 5 heading to the 8th inning. JT Real Muto will lead us off. Nick Anderson stands on the mound looking for redemption from last night where he coughed up 2-run lead. First pitch on the way is a curveball off the plate wide. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Right there at top of the zone, but they're going to call that high. Curveball misses, 2-0. So a bad start to the inning by Anderson. A 2-0. Swing and a miss. 96-mile-an-hour four seam on the outer edge. It's 2-1. The 2-1. Swing and fouls it back 96 miles an hour. Evening up the count at 2-2. Standing on deck, Alec Bum, Brandon Marsh in the hole. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike three. Got him. 95 miles an hour. And there's one away. So one down. And Alec Bum comes to the plate. He's 2 for 3 with the home run. First pitch is right there for a strike. Drops in, curveball on the inner part of the plate. Low near the knee. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Check swing foul. It's 0-2. So he's gone curve at 80, fastball at 94 up top. On deck is Brandon Marsh, the left-hander. Phillies, much like Atlanta, even when you're at the bottom of their order, you still have to avoid danger. The 0-2 off the plate wide. 83 misses. It's 1-2. The 1-2. High and out of the zone, 95. About eye high. It's 2-2. About time for birthdays here on Braves Country Baseball. The 2-2 to Bohm. Right there, got him, strike three. He got caught looking for the local. He got the express on the inner track. And there's 2 away. Happy 28th birthday to Michael King of the New York Yankees. Career 3.52 ERA. Eric Young Jr., EY's son, 38 years old, played for Colorado and Los Angeles. First pitch on the way to Marsh is high and outside. It's 1-0. Miguel Tejada turns 49 today, 307 home runs, The 1-0 banged foul towards first, just foul. Man, that would have been an easy out. Just went right of the first base bag. It's 1-1. Tejada, 307 home runs, 1,300 RBI. And Chris Young, big right-hander, is 44, 79 wins. The 1-1 swing, and that ball's fouled straight back. It's 1-2. Brian Urlacher turns 45 today. Sean Merriam, 39. And Ian McKellen is 84. And that's your birthdays. The 1-2 on the way. Swung on, banged over towards second. Ozzy's got it. Flips it to first. It's a 4-3 putout in a 1-2-3 inning. All right, Braves, let's go grab the bats. Rosario, Albies, and Ozuna coming to the dish.
Lastly, before I open the bar in the morning, I always make sure to turn on the Coors sign, let people know we got Ice Delicious Coors in the bar, and then that's the last thing I do.
That sign does not say Coors.
Come outside. Come outside. Come outside. Closed. It says closed. Okay. Yeah, right. I can see that now. But, you can't really read it from the inside. You can't read it from the outside. All right.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Both Cecil and Prince Fielder ended their careers with 319 home runs. They both made their major league debuts at the age of 21. They both had one season with 50 or more home runs, one season with 40 or more home runs, and 4 seasons with 30 or more home runs. Exactly 40% of their hits went for extra base hits, and 22% of the balls they put into play were line drives. And that's not all. They also matched each other with 97 two-out home runs, 49 fourth-inning home runs, 29 fifth-inning home runs, and 18 ninth-inning home runs.
Players like Waddell, with their drinking, with their bad acting, with their inability to take their profession seriously, they came to baseball in its early years in very large numbers because baseball, though popular, was outside social norms. The instability of a career where you might work for a year or two and then be gone, the jumping from team to team, seemed to be suited toward individuals who couldn't fit as well in the rest of society. Now, it helped in the case of Rube Waddell and many of these other sociopathic figures, that in addition to being sociopaths, they also had incredibly strong arms or very good batting eyes.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies all knotted up at 5 apiece. Quick scoreboard update. Mets lead the Cubs 7-1, bottom of 7. Giants lead the Brewers 1-0 in the 7th. Orioles 3-0 over the Yankees. That game is in the bottom of the 8th. And A's and Mariners just got underway. Gregory Soto, the left-hander, will come to the plate. And the first pitch on the way to Kevin Pillar, who's come in to pinch hit, is a fastball, misses outside, 98. It's 1-0. Soto, hard-throwing southpaw, swing, and that ball's fouled back out of play, 97 at the knees. 1-1. The 1-1 from Soto. Swing and fouls it straight back 98 miles an hour. Straight back to the screen. It's 1-2. Soto's got a 4.64 ERA, a 1.13 whip, 26 strikeouts in 21 in a third inning. From the Dominican Republic, the 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3, 100 miles an hour, top of the zone. There's one away. Soto broke in with the Tigers in 2019. First pitch on the way to Ozzie is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Pitch for the Tigers for all the way through 2022. The 1-0 swing, and that bat goes flying. Thankfully, the netting is there to keep his bat out of the crowd. And the Philly bat boy, who looks to be about 56 years old, will retrieve it and hand it to Ozzie. What is going on in Philadelphia? I mean, that guy's got a mountain beard. So Ozzie will get back into the box. The 1-1, swing and a miss, 99. Good Lord. No chance at this one. It's 1-2. It's showing 99 to 100, but I'm telling you, that ball's coming out of his hand. It looks like a 108. The 1-2 swing, and that ball is rifled into right field, sliced for a base hit, and it's a leadoff single for Ozzie Albies. If there's one guy who's been swinging the bat hot from the right side of the plate that could maybe tag this, Marcell Ozuna's coming to the plate. Even if he just gets one in the gap with Ozzie's speed, he'd be sure to score. The one thing that Philadelphia does not have is a great defense. First pitch on the way to Ozuna, sails inside 99. It's 1-0. Celtics lead Miami early in the third quarter by 17. One on, one out. The 1-0 pitch swung on. That ball is rifled down the right field line, and Ozuna gets it down for a double. It's going to be a ground rule double. Unfortunately, Ozzie was going to score, but the ball bounced into that short porch over there in the right field area. In most stadiums, that ball's up against the wall, and Ozzie Albies is going to score. But it hops over that very short ledge. I've often wondered about that. You know, I sat there a couple of years ago, right in that area, and I thought to myself, man, that is a low porch. I guess they do it for the fans, but anyways, it cost us a run there for sure. Hopefully Arcia can cash in. Ozuna tagged that ball. Bad break for the Braves. You got Arcia coming to the plate. You wonder if they may walk him to get to Harris. I mean, I would definitely be thinking about it if I'm the Phillies. The way Harris has been swinging the bat, man, he'd have a hard time with that lefty. Plus, she'd set up the double play. We'll see what they're going to do here. First pitch on the way to Arcia is down and in. It's 1-0. 100 miles an hour. The 1-0. Inside, ball 2-2-0. I think they're pitching around him, trying to get him to swing at something stupid. And if he doesn't go after it, they'll be fine with walking him. The 2-0 to Arcia. Inside again, ball 3-0. It's pretty obvious what they're doing here. I'm surprised they're not just putting them on now. You mess around and lay one in there because all we need is a fly ball. The 3-0. Fastball. They said it didn't go around, but that ball is in the strike zone. We'll take it, I guess. Ball 4. Home plate umpire Gabe Morales has just been absolutely awful tonight. He immediately checked down to the first base umpire, Nate Tomlinson, who's called a couple of those questionable pitches. I mean, check swings as strikes, but he checks down there. I'm thinking to myself, the ball was like, you'll see it pop up. It's blatantly in the zone. So Arcia heads down. To first, and the bases are loaded. I mean, I know the problem is he throws so hard, but man, would this not be a pretty time to drop a squeeze play? You've got the speed of Harris and the speed of Ozzie at the plate, and they're going to pinch hit for Harris. They're going to bring Travis d'Arnaud to the plate. So that knocks out the speed portion of it. d'Arnaud's going to come to the plate after the mound visit by the Phillies manager. You'd still be able to deploy Sam Hilliard in at center field. The Phillies Infield is in. You know they're going to try for a strikeout or a ground ball because d'Arnaud does not run well. The first pitch is in the dirt. Good take by d'Arnaud, and it's 1-0. D'Arnaud's going to be looking to lift anything. If he can lift anything, it's Ozzie Albies on second. He should score. The 1-0 inside, ball 2-0. Sam Hilliard. I just mentioned that. Sam Hilliard is still available to play center field. The 2-0 pitch. Swinging, that ball's rifled into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Here comes Ozzie. He's going to score. The throw's heading towards home, and Ozuna ahead, first slide, and it's a 2-run lead for your Atlanta Braves. Marcell Ozuna on the hustle slide. d'Arnaud with the base hit, and I'll tell you something else, Braves fans, for those who can't see this, Michael Harris II was the one at the top of the damn steps raising his hand in appreciation for d'Arnaud's base hit. That's a team player. Hats off to d'Arnaud for the hit. Hats off to Ozuna for the hustle, but hats off to Michael Harris II, who could be over there sulking. Instead, the Atlanta Braves take a 2-run lead. So runners on first and second, 1 out, and the first pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Hilliard will now run for d'Arnaud. So speed on first, so anything that gets down in the gap, Hilliard's got a chance. The 1-0 to Ronnie. Swing, and that ball's lifted into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit, and RC is going to put on the brakes. Probably a smart idea. He had to hold up for a second. Think if he's running on the crack, he's probably going to score, but the way that ball left the bat, he had to be a little cautious, and the hit parade continues. That was a pretty piece of hitting by Travis d'Arnaud. Roasted it in between the 5-6 hole. I still say this kid Soto for Philadelphia's got some good stuff. He's just laying them out over the plate in the second part. When he first came in, he was really dotting them, but now, first pitch on the way to Matt Olson with the bases loaded is a strike at the top of the zone. It's 0-1. Olson, 1 for 3, swing and a miss, 100 miles an hour, and it's 0-2. Iglesias warming up in the Braves pen should be good to go in the 9th. I'd like to get a little more. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt. That was a wide ball. That one almost could have made it to the backstop. Slider that just kicked well wide of the plate. The 1-2 to Olson. Soto lets it go and down below the knees. Ball 2-2. So you got runners all over, ducks all over the pond. The bases are juiced, nowhere to put Olson. And a 2-2 count. This has got to be the money pitch. The wind up, off the plate, wide ball 3. And now he's got nowhere to go but over the plate. Standing on deck is that man, Austin Riley. Atlanta leads it 7-5, a 3-2 count, 1 out. Bases loaded. Here's the offering. Swing, and that ball's hit high and deep into right field. On the track, making the catches, Castellanos, but here comes Arcia. He'll score, and it's 8-5, your Atlanta Braves. On the play, Sam Hilliard goes second to third. Harris still standing at the top of the steps cheering on his teammates. You got to love that. Class act, because I can think of so many players in the past this has happened to, and they've sulked, they've gone into the dugout, they've gone into the locker room, or they've just sat at the end of the bench. And Harris is rooting on his teammates, and that's what you love to see. Pitching changes coming. We'll take the break. Be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
We got like 5 minutes to get out of here. Nope, I don't want to go to prison. Ooh, I hope we're cellmates. That means we're prison married.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Why does Kenley Jansen wear the number 74? Jansen was one of the best closers of the 2010s, but things haven't always been good for Kenley. When he was 12, his father suffered a stroke and he couldn't work anymore. As a result, his mother Bernadette had to work day and night to support the family. She would tell Kenley and his siblings that everything was okay when they were actually in deep financial troubles. Kenley knew about the family's issues, so he promised her he would do everything he could to fix their problems. At the age of 17, Jansen was a catcher and he signed with the Dodgers. He had a good arm, but was struggling at the plate, so the Dodgers turned him into a pitcher. In 2011, the Dodgers gave him a major league contract worth $416,000. With no hesitation, Kenley sent the money to his family back in Curacao in order to help pay off the home's mortgage. That house in Curacao is on Kaya Kokolishi 74, and Jansen wears the number 74 to honor his family and his roots.
You'll do anything to stay healthy, so isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana, better water, better you.
In 1904, Waddell struck out 349 batters, a record for American League left-handers, but he was just too hard to handle. Though he was one of the greatest pitchers in baseball, his unreliability infuriated his teammates, and he was driven out of the big leagues and then out of the minors. Waddell contracted tuberculosis, helping victims of a flood, and died on April 1st, 1914, at the age of 37.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. See the update there. The Mets are up 10-1. That's the bad news. The good news is I took the over in that game. I'm surprised Carrasco pitched that well. But the over-under was only 8, with Kyle Hendricks coming off the IL for the first time in a year. Hoffman comes into the game. First pitch is a 97-mile-an-hour cutter at the knees on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Good Lord, everyone in that bullpen throws triple digits. Riley 2 for 4, 2 home runs. The 0-1. Swing and a miss, 98. Blew it right by him at the top shelf. It's 0-2. Braves 3 runs in here. In the bottom of the 8th, a 5-5 tie at the time. It's now 8-5. A 2-2. 0-2 pitch. Fastball misses high. It's 1-2. A single here by Riley would really blow it open. The 1-2. Swing, and that ball is ripped right over to short, but right at Turner. He'll make the catch, flip it over to first, and it's a 6-3 putout to end the inning. But not before your Atlanta Braves take a 3-run lead, 3 runs in here in the bottom of the 8th. We'll head to the 9th. The top of the order due up for Philadelphia.
What's my body count? That is incredibly rude. I have 1 manslaughter conviction. The rest I was acquitted.
Yeah, Rob was kind of a shot in the dark. He came up on his pre-draft visit, had a bad visit. We put him in a room, came back, he was asleep on the floor, didn't make a very good impression.
He was what? He was sleeping on the floor?
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. While the Angels now have their own stadium in Anaheim, they used to play their home games at Dodger Stadium. In the early 1960s, the Angels were a brand new team and had to share the stadium with the Dodgers because a dedicated field had not been built for them. Eventually, in 1966, the Angels got their own ballpark. In 1978, the Yankees handed out candy bars with Reggie Jackson on the wrapper called Reggie Bars. When Jackson was playing for the Baltimore Orioles, he said if I played in New York, they'd name a candy bar after me.
Do you see Kaepernick coming back? I mean, he tried out with the Raiders recently.
I heard it was a disaster. I heard it was one of the worst workouts ever. I'm wondering how the hell this happened and the tape didn't get out, right? I mean, somebody wasn't over the fence or nothing? Come on, man. We live in a world right now where you put a drone up. Hey, it ain't like they can stop you. They ain't gonna stop the workout. Come on, there's a drone up here. We don't know who this is. I mean, what? Come on, let's run this.
Armchair.
Who is he anyhow? An actor? No. A dentist? No. He's a gambler. Then added, he's the man who fixed the World Series back in 1919. Fixed the World Series, I repeated. The idea staggered me. It never occurred to me that one man could start to play with the faith of 50 million people with the single-mindedness of a burglar blowing a safe. How did he happen to do that? He just saw the opportunity. Why isn't he in jail? They can't get him, old sport. He's a smart man.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves lead at 8-5, 8 runs, 12 hits, no errors. 5 runs, 11 hits, no errors for the Phillies. The Braves are trying to walk out of here with the first win of a 4-game series. The first pitch from Iglesias is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Raisel Iglesias, 7 1/3 innings this year with a 4.91. The 0-1. Swing and a miss, 95 up top. It's 0-2. Iglesias facing Cody Clemens, 27-year-old left-handed bat. Pinch hitting for Sosa. From Houston, Texas, the 0-2. Swing and fouls it back out of play. We'll do it again at 0-2. Cody is the son of Roger Clemens. His brother Casey is also in the MLB system. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Pulled the string on that one. Change up on the outer edge, and there's one away. So the Rocket son goes down on strikes. He also played his college ball for the Texas Longhorns. That'll bring Stott to the plate. Bryson Stott takes the first pitch on the outer edge, 94, top shelf. It's 0-1. Stott played his college ball at UNLV and is from Las Vegas. The 0-1 misses outside. It's 1-1. The 1-1 swing, and that ball's lifted down the left field line. On the run, making the catch is Kevin Pillar, and there's 2 outs. The Philadelphia Phillies are down to their final out. Bryson Stott came up last year and was the number 14 pick overall in the first round by the Phillies in 2019. That'll bring Trey Turner to the plate. Turner swings at the first pitch, popped up. It's a can of corn. And underneath it is Ozzie, and that'll do it. Your Atlanta Braves, 8. The Philadelphia Phillies, 5. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. What an incredible game. Seesaw affair. This saw Atlanta grab the lead in the first, squander it in the second, tie it up in the bottom of the second, grab it again in the fourth by 1, have it tied again in the top of the 5th, took the lead again in the bottom of the 5th, and then tied again in the top of the 7th, In the bottom of the 8th, they grabbed 3 runs to win it 8-5. Home runs on the night, Austin Riley, 2, 3 RBI. Marcell Ozuna, another home run and an RBI. His batting average, by the way, up to 222. Can you believe that? Just a few weeks ago, he was hitting around 065. The Atlanta Braves beat the Philadelphia Phillies, go to 31-19 on the year. And 8 games in front of the Philadelphia Phillies, who are now 23-27. A sold-out crowd in Atlanta. Shouldn't surprise you. A, they were playing the Phillies, and B, it was Outcast night. So we kind of expected that. The over-under hit, and the Braves were a slight underdog. They get the W. Time of the game tonight, 2 hours and 45 minutes. 2 hours and 45 fun-filled minutes as the Braves win it 8-5. Getting the win on the night for your Atlanta Braves go to Nick Anderson. Iglesias with the save. And the loss will go to Soto. Anderson, by the way, 3-0 on the year now with a 3.63. Iglesias, his 4th save, dropping his ERA down to 4.32. We will be back tomorrow night. First pitch 7:20. Pregame should come on around 6:45. Maybe a touch early. We'll be here for Game 2 at 7:20. We'll have Game 3 at 4:10. We'll have the pregame show on at 3:30 on Saturday afternoon. Tomorrow's game should be a fun one. As the Atlanta Braves and Philadelphia Phillies, it'll be Taijuan Walker with a 5.79 ERA and Jared Schuster with a 5.49 ERA. So you know what that means? It'll be a 1-0 rock fight. Every time you get two pitchers who can't pitch, somehow they go out there and pitch well. Now I'm expecting a high-scoring game tomorrow night, just like tonight. Atlanta Braves win it. They stay 5.5 in front of the Mets. They're now 8 in front of Philly. Miami lost, so they're now 6.5 in front of Miami. And Washington lost, they're a clean 10 in front of the Nats. We're going to go ahead and get out of here. Braves win it 8-5. What a great game. Y'all have a great night, Braves country.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same back time, same back channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something up with the of September, something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember, something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the Key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the Key. We go live 3 to 5. And we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country Baseball right here on the Key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.